Chapter 35 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This is read by Daniel Grant Peterson, Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform, by Albert Bigelow Paine. The Conditt Murder Mystery. A terrible crime at Edna, Texas. Monk Gibson's arrest and escape. The greatest manhunt in history. It was during the latter part of 1905 and the spring of 1906 that Ranger Captain McDonald was engaged in unraveling a mystery which gave the opportunity for employment of his natural talent for detective work, combined with the skills and experience acquired during a long period of following criminals and uncovering crime. On September 28, 1905, 2 miles from the little town of Edna, Jackson County, Texas, during the temporary absence of J.F. Conditt, employed in a rice harvest 7 miles distant, his wife and 4 young children, ranging from ages from a baby boy of 3 to a little girl of 12, were murdered in broad daylight. Their bodies left as if they had fallen in and about the premises. The murders were committed in the most brutal and bloody way, with knife, adze, and such household tool and implement as came to hand. 3 of the murdered children were boys. The little girl of 12 had been violated. One of an infant of a few months had been left alive. The story of that ghastly crime, its motive, its commission, its detection, and punishment for its perpetrators can only be epitomized here, for its details would fill the volume and belong only to official records. Neither are they yet complete. We shall attempt, therefore, no more than the outlines. With such particulars will show the scope and importance of Captain McDonald's work in solving a mystery and fixing the guilt, not only without the assistance of those most interested, but in the face of the bitter opposition. The Conditt family had but recently moved to Edna. They were working people, respectable but poor, and had taken a house formerly occupied by Negroes. This, then itself, was an offense to the immediate neighborhood, a Negro settlement. And when Mr. Conditt repaired his fences and thereby shut off from public use a windmill where the Negroes had been accustomed to go for water, his offense in their eyes became a crime. They did not want him there and resolved to get rid of him. How many or how few were concerned, directly and indirectly, in the conspiracy drive out or destroyed the white family that had settled among them, will perhaps never be known. That Negroes seldom betray one another, and that a Negro conspiracy was most difficult of all plots to illuminate, are facts only too well established by our recently recorded history. The Conditt murder plot furnishes an unusual example of this particular African phrase. The Negroes were swollen at first in their matter towards the Conditts. Then one of them, a certain Felix Powell, spoke insultingly to Mildred Conditt, a little girl of 12, then September 28th, 9 o'clock in the morning, the day of hour of destruction. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon before the crime had become known. Monk Gibson, a colored boy of 16 who had been plowing for Mr. Conditt in a field about 200 yards from the house, carried the news. He ran to the house of a white man named John Gibson, some distance away, and reported that he had just seen Miss Conditt had been chasing around in the house by 2 men. John Gibson went on the run to the Conditt premises, found no trace of the 2 men, but did find the murdered family, a house like a slaughtered pen. And in the midst of this horror, a wailing infant, Gibson, the white man, hurried the colored boy off to bring Mr. Conditt from the rice field, and set out to spread the alarm. In a brief time the country was aflame. Monk Gibson, returning with Mr. Conditt, was put under arrest, and it was now found that he was smeared and splashed with blood. He explained the stains with saying that his nose had bled and that he had hurt himself creeping through the wire fence, but there were no indications of his nose having bled, and he could show only a mere scratch of the wound. That he was concerned in the crime was never doubted, but only unreasoning them that believed he had conducted it alone. Questioned, he told conflicting stories, finally stating that men whom he did not know had dragged him to the house, compelled him to view their work, splashed him with blood, and set him free. Of course, these statements were not believed. The whole country round about Edna, now terribly aroused, was determined to have the truth. If Monk Gibson was alone in the crime, and there were many who soon reached this conclusion, his punishment would not wait the slow process of the law. If he were one of several, he must reveal the names of his associates. He was put through the severest ordeal examination, but he would utter nothing more than the confused, contradictory stories already told. Every method was tried to extort information, yet he only repeated his conflicting stories and refused to tell names. It was now pretty generally assumed that he had nothing to tell, that he alone had committed the crime. A lynching mob was forming, and report came from Bay City that 200 men had chartered a special train for Edna and were coming to destroy the boy murdered that night. Sheriff Egg of Edna and his deputies had resolved to remove the prisoner to a place of safety, and quietly arranged their plan. As soon as it was dark, they had swift horses taken to the back of the jail, one for Gibson and others for the officers who had accompanied him. Then quietly they got him out through a back window, mounted him, unfeathered, between two officers, and slipped away towards Helensville, where it was believed that he would be safe. They never reached Helensville. While galloping at full speed along an open road, they came to a curve. The officers had no thought that Gibson would try to escape, and he was riding free. But at the curve, Gibson did not turn. He kept straight on, drove his animal over a fence, and disappeared in the thick darkness. When the officers recovered themselves and made their way into the field, they found the horse he had been riding, but their prisoner had vanished. They came back to Edna crestfallen and discredited. The people at first declared that the deputies had put Gibson in hiding. Then, only half convinced and fiercely angry, they joined in what was perhaps the greatest manhunt ever known in Texas. Every available horse and gun was secured. Every available man was presently in the saddle. But this was only a beginning. Within a brief time, fresh carloads of horses were shipped to Edna. Ranchmen sent their cowboys. Every pack of bloodhounds in South Texas was mustered into the service. Commissary camps were established. Leaders were appointed for the various bands. Business was suspended. The country became one vast encampment, and all for the purpose of running down a single boy of 16 who had slipped away from the deputies, was believed to be hiding in the swamps. In the midst of all this, Governor Lanham ordered the Adjutant General Hulen with 4 companies of state troops to invest the place, whereupon Edna became a military camp in fact. Captain McDonald was working in another part of the state when he first saw reports of the Conditt murder. His headquarters now being at Alice, the scene of the crime was in his territory, and before many days he was notified by General Hulen to report at Edna with men and bloodhounds to join in the search. Arriving at the front, he found such a turmoil of excitement and animosity of trouble of many kinds as is not often gathered by any one place. Men and groups of men, each more distracted than the other, were rushing hither and yon on 100 fruitless and many imaginary errands. Nobody was really doing anything. Everybody was blaming everybody else. Everybody was mad at the soldiers, mad at the arriving rangers, mad at each other. In the meantime, Monk Gibson was still at large. Captain McDonald looked over the ground as quietly as they would let him, and gave it out at his conclusion that no one man could have committed all that crime in open daylight, let alone a boy of 16. The sentiment was almost wholly in the other way by this time, and the ranger captain's opinion was bitterly opposed from the start. What the people wanted was a victim. If they could capture Monk Gibson, they would have a victim, and they did not want any complication that would interfere with his elementary proposal and the summary idea of justice which lay behind it. The presence of military and especially of rangers was a menace, and for Bill McDonald to try to confuse matters with his detective theories, which might result in Gibson going clear even if captured, would not be lightly borne. He was given to understand that the people of Edna knew what they wanted, and when they wanted rangers, they would invite them. Captain Bill, however, followed his own ideas. He felt sure that Gibson was only one of several that had perpetuated the crime, and was doubtless a tool of older men. Moreover, there were bloody handprints left by one or more Conditt murderers, and those he could not believe had been made by the hand of a boy of 16, small for his years, as Monk Gibson was declared to be. He further believed that Gibson was somewhere in the hiding near his home, for by long experience he had learned that the hunted Negro would always go home regardless of risk. Meantime, Monk Gibson's parents were in jail, and their premises had been searched more than once. Other Negroes had been arrested on suspicion, only to be discharged for lack of any tangible evidence. Captain McDonald went on his way holding the theory that the Negro boy would be found in the neighborhood of his own home. His two bloodhounds, Trouble and Rock, he took there repeatedly to try to pick up the trail, yet always without success. He believed the boy would come home for food and into the nearby windmill for water. The barn near his father's house was searched daily, and while for some reason Captain Bill did not attend to this detail himself, he was assured each time that the search had been thorough. Yet Monk Gibson was hiding in that barn all the time. There are some unthrashed oats in the barn, and he had found a place that he could work himself under the straw, leaving no trace on the outside. Sometimes at night he had crept out to a pig pen for water and had picked some ears of corn in a nearby patch. One morning he could stand it no longer. He came out and called to a Negro named Warren Powell, whose brother Felix Powell, already mentioned, was to play an important part in this tragic drama. Warren Powell immediately took charge of the boy Monk, tied him, and notified the officers. General Hullen, Captain McDonald, Sheriff Egg, and others responded quickly, and putting the boy into a buggy made of wild gallop for a jail by a circuitous route to avoid the crowds. He landed safely inside, tossed from man to man between a line of bayonets, and when the infuriated populace gathered, they were driven back by a cordon of armed officials. Captain McDonald now got himself disliked in more ways than one. For one thing, he persisted that his theory that Monk Gibson alone could not have committed the crime. For another, he urged that Gibson would be taken to a safer, quieter place for protection. Furthermore, he would not permit them to obtain testimony from the prisoner by torture. Approaching a jail one night, he heard screams of agony. Entering, he found his assembly examiners in Monk Gibson's cell, where Gibson was tied up by the thumbs, the boy screaming, but refusing to tell anything more than conflicting, incoherent stories told at first. "Take that boy down," said Captain Bill. "Don't you know that anything you get out of a witness is by torture is not evidence enough for a mob, let alone a court of law?" Meantime, the ranger captain had been picking up threads of evidence of his own. For one thing, he had observed that two Negroes, Felix Powell, already mentioned, and one Henry Howard, had taken a curiously intense interest of all the investigations, seemingly fascinated by every movement of the officers, especially of the rangers. He noticed, too, that certain other Negroes of the settlement were acting in a manner which, to one with a special knowledge of their characteristics, appeared suspicious. He made carefully guided inquiries, and learned that while Powell and Howard claimed to have been working for a man named John Young all day on the day of the murder, they had in reality worked for Young only during that afternoon, when he spoke to them about their answers and contradictory. Finally, Powell acknowledged that he had not worked for Young during the forenoon, and could give no satisfactory account of his whereabouts for the morning. It was generally believed at first that the murder had been committed about 1 o'clock, the time of the alarm by Monk Gibson. But the condition of the bodies were found made by evidence that the crime occurred much earlier. Captain McDonald believed that as early as 9 o'clock. McDonald finally questioned Powell directly, and believed he detected guilt in his every look and word. Powell denied knowing Monk Gibson at all, although the two had been raised in the same neighborhood. Gibson, on the other hand, had already acknowledged that he knew Powell and had always known him. Finally, Captain Bill said, "Well, Felix, I think I will put you in jail a while to refresh your memory." The suspect man nearly collapsed at this and protested his innocence. Searched, a knife was found on him, which had been rusty, inoffensive look on the outside, and according to its owner, was very dull and used only for cutting tobacco. But when this knife was opened, it was found to be razor-like sharpness, and when a match was passed through the jaws and blade recessed, the end of the match brought up blood. Two of the Conditt children had died of a ghastly knife wounds. Captain McDonald believed this knife had made them. Evidently, he was alone in that belief. The arrest of Powell was condemned generally as a diversion to aid in clearing Gibson, it being widely declared that such was the ranger captain's purpose. To this, however, he paid not much attention, his one desire being to get as much evidence as possible and bring the guilty to justice. He did not feel warranted in arresting Howard and the others at this time, though fully believing them concerned as accessories, if not as principals, in the plot to kill. That Monk Gibson had not been alone in the crime he was quite positive. The prints of the bloody hand mark sawed out of the Conditt house could not be made to fit Gibson's hand by any stretch or adjustment of that member. Neither did it look as if it would fit Powell's hand, though the actual fitting was not then tried, for Powell was wary and must be entrapped into a test that would require such nicely of adjustment. But there had been one more suspicious circumstance. A shirt that had been found tucked away under a bridge over a creek where it had been washed, though it still bore evidence of bloodstains. Captain McDonald approached Powell with the shirt in a small bundle under his arm. "That's not my shirt!" declared Powell quickly. Before a word had been said, before it was possible to tell what the folded garment was. Yet the grand jury then in session refused to listen to McDonald's evidence, or indict any one but Gibson, who was charged by that body with the entire crime. By this time the soldiers had gone back to Austin, and only the rangers and local officers were in charge of the jail. When the indictment was found, Captain McDonald demanded that the prisoner to be removed to San Antonio for safety, and the district judge consented to the removal. Threats that such removal would not be permitted were plenty enough, but the rangers, without announcement or manifestation of any sort, made ready, and when the train was about due, quietly and swiftly hurried him to the station and put him aboard. He landed in San Antonio safely, and for the time of the Conditt case was questioned. Felix Powell was turned out of jail as soon as the rangers were gone, evidently as an affront to McDonald and to show the community's disbelief in his theories as well as the general disapproval of his efforts. McDonald, with plenty of work crying to be done, was not eager to continue a thankless task, even though it was work of a kind he loved. That winter, when Gibson's trial was coming on in San Antonio, he urged the prosecutors to try him as one of several and not as one alone who had committed the crime. They would not listen to him, and they would not let him testify, declaring that his theories and so-called evidence would spoil their case. They tried Monk Gibson for the entire killing, and a rational jury naturally failed to convict, though Felix Powell and Henry Howard were brought from Edna as witnesses and did their best to aid the prosecution. The jury was divided, and Monk was taken back to jail. It was not until the spring of 1906 that Captain McDonald was once again actively concerned in the Conditt case. Early in this season, while attending the Stockmen's Convention at Dallas, he met prominent men from the South Texas districts and reviewed with them the story of the crime and progress that he had made, or rather had not been made, in convicting the guilty. He stated freely his theories concerning Powell, Howard, and other Negroes, and went over the details of his evidence. The stockmen began by opposing Captain Bill's theories and ended by joining in a movement to have the state continue the investigation at Edna under his direction. They employed a young lawyer named Crawford to bring the matter before the governor, who agreed to reopen the investigation, but suggested that it be done by another man than McDonald for the reason that citizens of Edna were prejudiced against the ranger. The stockmen's answer to this was that unless McDonald could be sent, they would have nothing further to do with the matter. The governor agreed then, and Captain Bill made ready to go to Edna and remain there until he should succeed in establishing his theory or be ready to acknowledge himself baffled. End of chapter 35.
Chapter 36 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, a story of frontier reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by John Brandon. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, a story of frontier reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. The death of Rhoda McDonald. The end of a noble woman's life. Her letter of goodbye. It is at this point that we must pause to record a circumstance which seems totally out of place in the midst of an episode of this kind, but which, because of its association with events, cannot be elsewhere set down. Yet, after all, why should not the end of a noble life be written here, when that life had always been a part of the active service of him whose career we have been following, the life of an unfaltering hero of the home, who never said stay, but go, no matter what the danger, who even at the very end sent him back to his duty, and died alone. Rhoda McDonald had not been a robust woman for a number of years. Those early frontier days on Wanderer's Creek had been hard, and must have told on her in the long run, as well as all the anxious nights and days that had filled up the years of a ranger's wife. At Alice, though manifestly in poor health, she still maintained a home, doing such light housekeeping as her strength permitted. Her interest in her husband's work was as active as ever. She knew every detail of the situation at Edna, as reported by the press, and when, in May 1906, he was ordered there for further investigation, she bade him go, despite reluctance on his part, for she believed that he alone could bring to punishment the perpetrators of that terrible crime. They arranged that in his absence she should go to a sanatorium in San Antonio and try to regain strength. And in accordance with this plan, she closed the little household at Alice, and at San Antonio went under a doctor's care. When Captain McDonald had been in Edna a short time, he was notified that an operation would be necessary to save her life. He hurried to San Antonio and found her cheerful, though evidently aware of her danger. Her talk, however, was all of his work and the prospects of his further progress. When the ordeal was over, and the physicians declared that her chances for recovery were very good, she would not let him stay to verify this opinion, but hurried him back to his work. "I want you to find the men that murdered that poor woman and those little innocent children," she said, "and you must not waste your time here with me." So he went back, and for a few days encouraging letters came from doctors and attendants. Then came a telegram which said, "Conditions not so favorable. Come." She was dead when he got there. But she had left a letter of goodbye. That letter is a classic, as an epitome of a simple, noble, unselfish life. Calm and fearless in the face of the supreme mystery, it seems without flaw. My dear husband, when your eyes look on these lines, I will have crossed the great divide, and these wishes of mine I am sure you will fulfill. Enclosed is a note from Lee, my brother, which matures next spring. I managed to save it from my means, or some of it, 2 years ago, and Lee has been so good to keep it at interest, which I have added to the original amount, until it has reached the amount of the note. Please send your sister, $25, and give Ruth $25. She has to work very hard. Allow Lee this year's interest for his kindness and trouble. I want Eula, your niece, to have the brooch you gave me. Dot, your niece, my fur, and the small diamond ear-bob. Give Molly, my sister, the other diamond ear-bob. Give Jim my books, which are at Quanah, and my cameo ring. I want Ruth to have my watch and the breastpin that was our mother's. Give Helen White my engagement ring, the little one with the small diamonds. In the little bag is $15 that belongs to the Lord. Be sure to give it to the Salvation Army people to feed the poor and hungry. My clothes turn over to Molly and Ruth, and what they don't want, tell them to give to the poor. Of course, the diamond ring will be yours. I want you to keep my Bible and read it because you will derive more comfort from it than all else besides. My prayers for you have always been mingled with those for myself, and I hope that they have not been in vain. Please see that my grave has plenty of trees so that the birds may build their nests in them. Give Ruth my black silk dress, which is at Wichita Falls. Get Ruth or Molly to help you find the things. I am sorry for every cross word or look that I ever gave you, but feel sure you will not hold them against me. With lots of love, goodbye. Rhoda. He took her to Greenville, Texas, for burial, for they had no settled home. While in Greenville there were relatives. Then he returned to Edna to carry out the mission, which in her last spoken words to him she had bade him fulfill. End of chapter 36.
Chapter 37 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. The Conditt Mystery Solved. Captain Bill as a sleuth. The telltale handprint. A ranger captain's theories established. Captain McDonald realized that his task in Edna was to be a hard one, made harder by the fact that the citizens of Edna still bitterly opposed his investigation, still believed that his chief purpose was to cheat them of Monk Gibson's life. There was one important exception to this opposition. Sheriff Egg of Edna, though with little faith in the ranger captain's theories, volunteered to help test them, and his assistance was valuable. Another favorable condition for his work was that certain of the suspected Negroes had fallen out among themselves, and he presently discovered that there were strange insinuations and implied charges drifting about the settlement which might mean much or nothing at all. Felix Powell had been arrested for knocking down his sister-in-law, Warren Powell's wife, and was working out his time on the road, when Captain McDonald returned to Edna. The ranger captain gave the disturbed elements a little judicious stirring, and they fomented. "If I told all I know about that nigger, he'd hang for murder," Irene Powell blurted out. Detective McDonald smiled quietly, but did not use undue haste. He had Felix Powell removed from the public highways, and once more put in jail. Then quietly he went to the Negroes and made it easy, and even enticing for them to talk. He knew the Negro character very well, its weaknesses and its animosities, and these he played on, gently, very gently, at first, but effectively. Little by little he learned that Felix had already been accused of the crime by those of his own color, some of whom were said to know the facts. He learned that Felix had been greatly exercised over the arrival of the first bloodhounds. "They'll trail a man to town," he had said, "but they can't follow a man that has oil on his shoes." All night he had lain awake, listening for the bay of the hounds. Once he had sat bolt upright in bed. "Here they come!" he had exclaimed to a man who was staying with him. Soon after he said, "I could put my hand on the man that committed that murder." And again, "There's one woman knows, and she may tell. As for Monk, he's told so many lies the white people won't believe him anyway." Two little children named Reed, looking at the bleeding legs of some tied chickens, said to each other that the bloody string reminded them of the clothes their mother had washed for Felix Powell. This was repeated and whispered, and one of Powell's acquaintances charged him with the crime. "They'll hang you for it, Felix," he said. "When they do, a lot of white folks will go to hell with me," was the reply. All these things came in due course to Captain Bill, and by, an affidavit for murder was prepared, and Powell was formally accused of the crime. When he knew of this, he became furious and attacked McDonald in his cell, and had to be overpowered and chained. Later, in a fit of rage, he snapped these chains and tore the shackles from his limbs. Then a heavier chain was put on him, and he was padlocked to the floor. Besides Felix Powell, charges were brought against Henry Howard and 4 women believed to be concerned in the killing, directly or as accessories to it, either before or after the fact. One of these, Augusta Diggs, on the second day of the examining trial, confessed her knowledge of the crime. She confirmed Captain Bill's belief that the murder of the Conditts had taken place in the morning, and declared that Powell had come to her with the story of how he and Monk Gibson had killed the Conditts, bringing his bloody clothes for her to wash. She had refused, and he had taken them elsewhere, to Bethel Reed. Other witnesses, willingly or unwillingly, gave further damaging evidence. Listeners began to wonder if there wasn't something in all these accusations besides a mere Negro feud, to suspect that perhaps Bill McDonald might be able to establish his theories, after all. But it is likely they would still have doubted, and the case would have come to naught, had there not been one more link in Captain Bill's chain of circumstance. He had been closely observing Felix Powell's right hand, when he could do so, without attracting the prisoner's attention, and mentally comparing it with the bloody print sought from the Conditt's house. The print was a peculiar one. It showed an oblong spot for the thumb, a longer one for the forefinger, then 2 somewhat shorter ones for the middle and third finger, with a mere dot for the little finger. It was as if the hand had been maimed by accident and the fingers cut away. Captain Bill, at first, had made a sketch of the print, which he could surreptitiously compare with the hand of Powell, when opportunity offered. The comparison puzzled him. Powell's little finger might make the dot, for it had been deformed by a bone felon and had a crooked bone at the end. But his other fingers were normal, and it was hard to imagine they had made that bloody impress. Still, the Ranger detective did not give up. He wanted to see the hand and the print together, or to see actual prints of the hand, by the side of telltale evidence left on the Conditt walls. Finally, one day, he got Felix Powell, whose diversions were few enough, interested in an experiment of camphor smoke paper upon which almost photographic reproductions of any yielding object could be made. The Negro was attracted by the results, and willingly enough made the impress of his open hand. Captain Bill felt a qualm of disappointment. Only the dot for the stub of a little finger compared at all with the print left by the murderer. Then suddenly he had an inspiration. He put an object the size of a closed knife into Felix's hand and told him to make a print with his fingers closed. The shadow of the gallows stretched out toward Felix Powell in that instant, but he did not know it. He pressed his hand to the paper, and as he lifted it, Bill McDonald's heart gave a fierce bound of triumph. The likeness to the print of blood was exact. As Captain Bill said afterward, "I saw that Felix Powell's hand with a knife in it would fit the print left on the Conditt walls to a gnat's heel." Something of what was in his captor's mind must have filtered into the skull of Felix Powell then, for he became wary and frightened, and when Captain Bill urged him to make other prints, he moved his hand each time and blurred them. He was anxious, too, to know what use was going to be made of the ones already taken. When later he learned what had been done with them, and that his hand was identical with the bloody print found on the Conditt premises, he broke out in a rage. "Aren't there any other hand like that in the world?" he cried. There could be none. The tests of measurement and the similarity of line had been applied. They tallied exactly. They convinced Sheriff Egg completely. They convinced the most skeptical in Edna. When that examining trial ended, Captain Bill McDonald, ranger and detective, from being a man whose presence was resented and whose theories were despised, became suddenly, to the people of Edna, a mighty criminal sleuth, a veritable Sherlock Holmes, a hero whose name was on every tongue. Outside of Edna, Texas had suspected this before, but now Edna took the lead in singing his praises, and every paper in the state joined in the chorus. It is not within the purpose of this book to follow here the case of the Conditt murderers through the courts. The evidence, as finally accumulated, was voluminous and damning so far as Felix Powell and Monk Gibson were concerned. That Monk Gibson was a tool of Powell, and perhaps of others, was most likely, for it was proven that Powell had been seen walking around and around the field with him as he plowed, early on the morning of the murder, and the big track and the smaller one had been found there, side by side. That Powell had enticed the Negro boy to join in the crime, we may easily believe, and that Monk Gibson had joined in that fearful tragedy cannot be doubted, and he had plowed on until 1 o'clock, with those dead bodies lying there close by, thus giving his confederate, or confederates, a chance to establish an alibi, probably in accordance with a preconcerted plan. Both Powell and Gibson paid the extreme penalty of their crime. Powell went to the gallows at Victoria, Texas, on the 2nd of April, 1907. Monk Gibson was hanged in Cuero, Texas, a year later, in June. Neither made any confession that was of legal value, though Gibson, a few minutes before his execution, gave to Captain McDonald a rambling statement in which he involved others besides Powell. The cases of Henry Howard and of the women arrested as accessories to the plot and its execution had not been disposed of when this was written. Howard was then under indictment as principal and accessory on evidence supplied by McDonald. Whether that evidence is found sufficient to convict will only be decided by the juries of the future. End of chapter 37, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, January 31st, 2022. Chapter 38 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform, by Albert Bigelow Paine. The Brownsville Episode. An event of national importance. The 25th Infantry's midnight raid. The year 1906 was Captain Bill McDonald's last and most important year in the Ranger service. He was still concerned in the work at Edna, when there occurred, not far away, an event in which certain Negro characteristics were even more strikingly manifested. An event which was presently to grow into an episode of national importance. On the night of August 13, 1906, armed men, in number from 10 to 20, believed to be colored soldiers of the 25th Infantry, quartered at Brownsville, Texas, appeared about midnight upon the streets and shot up the town, firing recklessly into many buildings, killing one man, severely wounding another, and endangering the lives of many citizens. Official investigation failed to identify the offenders, and 3 months later, President Roosevelt, assuming the offense was nevertheless committed by certain members of the 25th Infantry, with guilty knowledge on the part of their comrades, dismissed the entire command without honor, on the ground that the 3 companies, numbering 170 men, had banded in a conspiracy of silence for the purpose of shielding those who took part in the original conspiracy of murder. Captain William J. McDonald, then of the State Rangers, was prominently identified with the early investigation of this unusual episode, and the story of his court of inquiry, with its revelations, and of his remarkable experiences following the same, has become history. Brownsville, Texas is a city of less than 10,000 population, situated on the north bank of the Rio Grande, in the extreme southern portion of the state. It has long been a military point, its garrison, Fort Brown, being situated but a little way from the business center. Opposite Brownsville, on the Mexican side of the river, lies Matamoros. Late in the summer of 1906, 3 Negro companies, B, C, and D, of the 25th Infantry, Major C.W. Penrose commanding, were ordered to Brownsville and quartered at Fort Brown. They arrived July 28th in bad humor. There was a military encampment of state troops at Austin, and they had not been permitted to participate in the maneuvers, drills, sham battles, and the like, in progress there. They had been told that the Texas boys did not care to drill with them, that if they went to Austin and took part in the sham battles, blank cartridges might be discarded for real ones by the white troops. Of course, this was idle talk, but they repeated it and nursed their resentment, becoming noisy and braggart, as ignorant men, whether white or Negro, will. On the way they had torn down the signs for Negroes, placed by law, in the South, in the cars intended for colored passengers, and had boasted to the conductor that all women in Brownsville would look alike to them, whether white, Negro, or Mexican. They were not long in beginning their demonstrations. They set in drinking immediately upon their arrival, and their anger grew when they found they were not permitted to drink at the bar with white men, increasing still further in violence when one or more of the saloons set up a separate bar for their accommodation. They became loud and insolent on the street, crowded white women from the walks, and made themselves generally offensive and hateful. Brownsville as a community did not openly resent these indignities, but individuals did. A Mr. Tate, an inspector of customs, whose wife was run over and rudely jostled by a Negro soldier, administered summary corrections with the butt of his revolver. In another case, an ex-ranger named Bates applied like treatment for similar offense. A third instance is recorded of a Negro soldier who, returning drunk from Matamoros, a favorite excursion point, was ordered to move on by a Mr. Baker, another inspector of customs, and upon becoming more obnoxious, was eventually pushed into the mud. But public feeling reached the boiling point when a Mrs. Evans, a lady of refinement, upon dismounting from her horse, was seized by the hair and dragged violently to the ground by a tall Negro soldier. She clung to the bridle of the frightened animal, that reared and plunged and finally tore her free from her assailant, who then ran away. As a result of this assault, patrols were put on and soldiers' passes canceled. This doubtless added to the ire of the Negroes, and whatever purpose of retaliation they may have had would appear to have assumed definite form. The catastrophe was not delayed. Monday, August 13, was a rather quiet day, owing to the new restrictions, and a majority of the citizens perhaps believed that their troubles with the military were over. But there were others who claimed to have heard muttered threats, and these, as evening drew on, were anxious and watchful. It was about midnight that a barkeeper named Annise was serving a final round of drinks to a few belated customers, white men, in a saloon where a bar had been erected for the accommodation of Negro soldiers. The men lingering about the bar were talking quietly, and it is certain that they had been discussing the possibility of an outbreak from the garrison. Suddenly they were startled by a succession of shots, loud voices and general commotion from the direction of the fort. One of the group cried out, "That must be the niggers coming now." A fusillade followed, coming nearer. The barkeeper, Annise, sprang to the front doors, flung them shut, and fastened them. An instant later, he ran into the backyard to prevent entrance in that quarter. He was not in time. Before he could close the gate, he received a volley and dropped dead. The mob of murderers passed on, pouring their fire into houses where men, women, and little children were asleep. Their course was up an alley, leading from the fort through the town. Already, before killing Annise, they had fired on a house in which were 2 women and 5 children, one of the shots putting out a lamp. 10 shots had passed through this house, all aimed about 4.5 feet above the floor, evidently intended to kill. They had next met the chief of the police, fired upon him, killing his horse and shattering his arm. Next came the Miller Hotel, where they fired at guests in the windows, breaking the glass and filling the casements with bullets. They shot at whatever they saw moving and wherever they saw a light. In a house where a woman and 2 children were asleep, 2 bullets passed through the mosquito bar that covered their bed. For 2.5 blocks the assault on the defenseless street continued. Then suddenly, the assassins disappeared in the direction of the fort. The midnight raid was over. In 10 minutes had been written a unique chapter in the history of the American Army, a chapter that would be told and retold and debated and deformed until its volumes would fill a library. And now from the garrison came shouts and the sound of bugle, a general call to arms. The town, already in a turmoil, fell into a panic of fear and disorder. A renewal of the attack was expected at any moment. It was believed that a general massacre would take place. Men armed themselves with whatever they could lay hands on. Women and children hid themselves and waited in terror and trembling. Morning came without further assault. Daylight showed the shattered glass, the bullet holes in the weatherboards and window casings, and, on the street, empty shells, cartridges and clips of government rifles. At one place in the mud lay a soldier cap. The night had been too dark, and the town too poorly lighted to identify the individuals of the mob, but the evidence as to its origin seemed unmistakable. A citizen committee to deal with this situation was quickly formed. Telegraphic reports of the outbreak, with urgent demands for immediate action and for the removal of the Negro troops, were sent to Governor Lanham, General Holland, Senators Bailey and Culberson, and to the President of the United States. No immediate relief seemed forthcoming from any source. Governor Lanham waited for Washington. Washington waited for an investigation. The public at large took but a small interest in the whole affair. The metropolitan dailies according it but the barest mention in obscure corners. It would be a big matter to them some day. It was a big matter to Brownsville already. We cannot convince our women and children that another outbreak may not occur at any time. Their condition is deplorable. They will scarcely venture out of their homes, and only feel secure there by our maintaining a heavy guard and patrol of armed citizens every night. We know the accidental discharge of a firearm, any overt act of an excited citizen, and our citizens are fearfully excited, would precipitate upon us the whole Negro force at Fort Brown. This from a telegram sent to President Roosevelt on August 18, 5 days after the raid. Brownsville was in a sad plight indeed. 3 days more brought no relief from any source. At the fort, the soldiers were kept under arms, perhaps fearing a general attack from the citizens, while on their part, the citizens expected a general outbreak of the troops at any moment. The officers in command were supposed to be conducting an investigation, and when it was given out that the midnight attack could not have come from the garrison, but had probably been made by a gang of Mexicans from across the river, when it was further stated that the garrison had been attacked, and the shots said to have been fired from there during the raid had been fired in defense, such statements only meant, to the citizens of Brownsville, that Major Penrose and his officers were going to protect their troops, or had been intimidated by them. Rumors of another outbreak continued. Women barely slept. Men began to move their families away. 2 Rangers of Captain McDonald's command, Blaze Delling and Sam McKenzie, came over from a subordinate ranger camp at Harlingen, 25 miles distant, and these undertook to collect evidence and aided in patrolling the town. Other appeals for help had brought no result. Telegrams for relief were answered noncommittally or not at all. When Captain McDonald himself, with the other 2 members of his little company, Sergeant W.J. McCauley and C.T. Ryan, arrived on the evening of the 21st, Brownsville, resentful and despairing, hailed the veteran regulator with open arms. End of Chapter 38, read by Nancy Cochran Gorgen, Gilbert, Arizona, January 21, 2022.
Chapter 39 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. Captain Bill on the scene. The situation at Brownsville. Rangers McDonald and McCauley defy the U.S. Army. Captain Bill holds a court of inquiry. Captain McDonald had been serving as sergeant-at-arms for the Democratic State Convention at Dallas when the Brownsville attack occurred. Brownsville was in his district, and he had expected to be ordered there at once, but was counseled by Governor Lanham to remain in Dallas until Adjutant General Hewlin of the state troops then maneuvering at Austin should be advised to act. On the morning after the outbreak, General Hewlin had been implored by the mayor and citizens of Brownsville to come to their relief, and Captain McDonald supposed that Hewlin would promptly respond with troops from the Austin encampment. A few days later, when the convention ended, the ranger captain hurried to Austin and found that no action of any kind was in progress or contemplated. The state troops were still at Camp Mabry, maneuvering and firing blank cartridges. Captain Bill went out there. "Give me some of the men that are over there bombarding the hills, and I'll go down and settle that Brownsville business," he said. General Hewlin replied that he had no authority to investigate any action of federal troops. To do so would be to invite a charge to treason. "Treason?" said Captain Bill. "Why, them hellions have violated the laws of the state, shooting into people's houses and committing murder. I don't care what else they are, they're criminals. It's my sworn duty to investigate such business as that, and I'm going to do it if I have to go there alone." And Captain Bill might have added, "If this be treason, make the most of it." Certainly he did not consider that he needed other authority to hunt down criminals than that invested in him as captain of Company B, Ranger Force. The Commonwealth of Texas and its laws had been for a quarter of a century, first, last, and all the time, his chief consideration. To him, Texas was the biggest thing under the sky. Without further discussion, now he proceeded immediately to his headquarters at Alice, picked up McCauley and Ryan, and hurried to Brownsville. At Corpus Christi, District Judge Stanley Welch, who had an office at Brownsville, boarded the train. He greeted Captain McDonald and his rangers with enthusiasm, and spoke feelingly of the fact that nothing had been done by either state or federal authorities. He assured the rangers that they had full power to take such steps and to use such means as were necessary to identify and punish the offenders. It was about 6 o'clock in the evening of Tuesday, August 21st, that Captain Bill and his little force of 2 reached Brownsville. The captain immediately paid a visit to Mayor Combe and to Chairman of the Citizens Committee, Kelly. He learned that a Major Bloxam, under orders from Washington, had arrived at the fort to join Major Penrose in his investigations, but that neither these officers nor the Citizens Committee had made any progress toward the identification of the criminals. Members of the committee further informed the captain that in spite of some existing prejudice among the townspeople, Major Penrose was an estimable gentleman, doing all in his power to bring the offenders to justice. He had stated, they said, that he would get to the bottom of the mystery if it took him 10 years to do it. 10 years, said Captain Bill. What does he need all that time for? He could do it in 10 minutes if he wanted to, and tried. He knows his men, and he could find out who was absent during the shooting, and he knows just about who would be likely to get into a gang like that. I'll find them out myself, and I won't be 10 years about it, nor 10 days neither. They applauded Captain Bill then, and added him to the Citizens' Committee. They knew the sort of thing he had done, time and again, and that he was not given to vain boastings. Also, they denounced their chief state officials and the country generally for indifference and inaction. Captain MacDonald now looked up his 2 men, Delling and Mackenzie, to learn what they had done. They had done a good deal in a quiet way. They had discovered Mexicans living near the post who claimed to have seen shots fired from there before and during the raid, and to have followed the track of the raiders by the flash of their guns. Further, the Rangers had learned that a squad of soldiers, with Captain Lyon of Company C, had visited the jail immediately after the shooting up of the town, claiming that citizens had fired on the post, and making a demand for Captain Macklin, white, and Corporal Miller, colored, of Company B. Captain Lyon had not explained why he expected to find these officers in jail, perhaps leaving it to be assumed that they had taken refuge there during the attack mentioned. Delling and Mackenzie also had located 2 ex-soldiers, Negroes, supposed to have been out with the mob. At least, it seemed certain that they had inside knowledge of the matter. One of these ex-soldiers kept a saloon a distance from the center of the town, and the Rangers had ascertained that on the evening of the raid, this saloon had closed earlier than usual, a suspicious circumstance. MacDonald and his men worked most of the night, continuing these investigations. They located one of the ex-soldiers and lodged him in jail, where Captain Bill put him through a sort of third-degree examination. Later, he looked up the prisoner's wife and questioned her. By morning, he had learned enough to warrant him in beginning an investigation in the fort itself. With his sergeant, W.J. Macaulay, one of the bravest and best, he was on his way to the fort next morning, when he was stopped by members of the Citizens' Committee. "You can never go into that fort and come out alive," they said. "Why not?" "Because those men are all under arms and excited. Unless you can show an order from Major Penrose, they will shoot you down sure." "Well, I'm sorry, but I'm not going to get any order from Penrose. Them niggers have violated the laws of the state, and it's my duty to investigate the crime. I never yet had to have an order to go any place my duty called me. I'm going into that fort, and the only pass I want I've got right here." The captain carried an automatic shotgun that would go off about half a dozen times a second, and his sergeant bore a Winchester repeating rifle, also automatic in its action. These lay in position for easy and immediate use. The 2 men had been together in many conflicts and had faced death too often to waver now. Mackenzie, Delling, and Ryan had been left behind so that in event of a fight at the entrance and another outbreak, the town would not be without protection. The committee stepped aside, and MacDonald and Macaulay proceeded to the garrison. At the entrance, they were suddenly confronted by a file of about 20 soldiers with rifles leveled. "Halt!" Captain Bill and his sergeant never even hesitated. With their own arms in position for instant action, they marched steadily into the muzzles of those leveled guns, the captain, meantime, admonishing the men behind them. "You niggers, hold up there. You've already got into trouble with them old guns of yours. I'm Captain McDonald of the State Rangers, and I'm down here to investigate a foul murder you scoundrels have committed. I'll show you niggers something you've never been used to. Put up them guns." And the guns went up, with the quick, concerted movement of a drill. There was something in that total disregard of danger, in that tone and manner, and in those eyes, now gray and hard and penetrating, that inspired awe and obedience. Captain Bill gave them no time to reflect. "Now, where's Major Penrose?" he said. The negroes became respectful, even deferential. One of them said, "Yes, sir, Captain, yes, sir. Major Penrose is right over in his house, second building, sir. One of you niggers come and show him to me." Captain Bill, it may be remembered, does not mince his words. A white man who has committed a crime is, to him, always a scoundrel, or worse, openly. A black offender, to him, is not a Negro or a colored man, but a nigger, usually with pictorial adjectives. One of the men now hastily escorted the ranger captain and his sergeant to Major Penrose's headquarters. Major Bloxam, who already, perhaps, had seen enough to warrant his subsequent characterization of Captain Bill's willingness to charge hell with a bucket of water, was on hand. Also, District Attorney Kleiber. As the captain entered, he said, "I am Captain McDonald of the State Rangers. I'm here to investigate a very foul murder, which these men of yours have committed." Major Penrose, rising, said, "Come into my office." They went in, followed by the others. Captain McDonald seated himself at the end of the table, with Sergeant Macaulay at his left and Major Penrose at his right. Attorney Kleiber and Major Bloxam sat below, on either side. The court of inquiry was open. There were no preliminaries. "Major Penrose," Captain Bill began, "I have come here to see what you can tell me about this murder that has been committed in Brownsville." Penrose replied readily, and with apparent frankness, "I can tell you absolutely nothing. I cannot find out a thing from my men." Captain Bill faced him steadily. "Well, it seems very strange to me," he said, "that you cannot find out anything about your own men. I've been in charge of men for 20 years, and I've never had any that I couldn't find out anything I wanted to know from, if they knew it." Major Penrose looked a trifle depressed. "Here in a little camp of less than 200 men," Captain Bill went on, 15 or 20 of them break out and shoot into people's houses and commit murder, and then come back to quarters. And yet you can't detect any of the criminals. How about the officer of the day and the guard in charge of the guns and ammunition? Don't they know anything?" Major Penrose shifted a little. "The colored officers probably know whatever there is to know about this matter," he said, "but I have no way of getting it out of them." "Well, then, I have," declared Captain Bill. "Very well," assented Penrose. "I wish you would do it." The ranger captain became suddenly a fox, his ears alert, his nose sharp, his eyes needle-pointed. "What niggers were out that night?" he asked. "Only 2 were out that night, and all answered to roll call at 8 and 11 o'clock. "You're sure only 2 were out that night?" "Perfectly sure." "How about Corporal Miller and Sergeant Jackson?" "Corporal Miller was here, I know, because I saw him. Captain Macklin also saw him and talked with him." "Where was Captain Macklin at the time?" "He was officer of the day and in charge that evening." "Send and get Captain Macklin. I want to talk to him." Captain Macklin of Company B arrived, wearing a sort of uneasy bravado, which did not improve under Captain Bill's keen scrutiny. "How many of your men, Captain Macklin, had passes on the evening of August 13th?" was the first question. "Only 2, replied Macklin, giving 2 names not down on Captain McDonald's list of suspects. "Where were the others?" "They were all in the barracks and answered to 8 o'clock and 11 o'clock roll call." "What happened after that time?" "I don't know. I went to my quarters soon after 11 o'clock and turned in a little before 12. I was asleep when I heard somebody knock on my door. I got up and found it was about 10 minutes after midnight. I didn't know what the knock was for, so I smoked a couple of pipes and drank a bottle of beer and went back to bed. I got up again at 3 o'clock, when everything was in commotion. Now, Macklin, your quarters are just back of Company B's barracks. It was a hot night, and the windows were open. And according to your own story, you were awake just when all this shooting and racket and the call to arms came off. How does it come you didn't hear it? Captain Macklin looked rather discomposed. Well, I was only awake a little while, and of course I was pretty sleepy. You were awake enough to smoke 2 pipes and drink a bottle of beer? Yes. And you couldn't have done it in a minute? Well, no. And yet you say you didn't hear a thing of what was going on outside. Well, of course, I suppose I did hear noises, but I didn't think them anything unusual. Nothing unusual about shooting and bugle blowing and a general call to arms? I didn't say that I heard those. Of course, I didn't hear them. How did it happen, Macklin, that Captain Lyon and some men, after the raid that night, went to the jail to find you? They didn't do it. I never heard of it at all. Where was Corporal Miller that night? Captain Macklin was clearly relieved to get away from the story of his own personal movements on the night of that fateful 13th. Corporal Miller was in the barracks. He was present at both roll calls. Very well, send for Corporal Miller. Send and get that Miller nigger and let me talk to him. Corporal Miller came promptly. He carried his gun and wore the air of a major general. His manner was distinctly defiant and insolent. Nobody said anything for a moment, but Captain Bill's X-ray eyes were boring him through. Miller grew uneasy, shifted his feet, and seemed to be shriveling. Mr. Bloxam said, "Corporal, Captain McDonald wants to ask you some questions. Set your gun down over there." Miller obeyed rather sullenly and came to attention. "Miller," said Captain Bill, "where were you on the night this murder was committed?" The tone and directness of the question dazed the man. He did not immediately find words. The captain repeated, "I want you to tell me, Miller, where you were when this murder was committed, on the night of August the 13th. If Corporal Miller had any other story to tell, he had forgotten it. "I was downtown," he said. "How long had you been down there?" "All the evening, ever since dark." "Where were you before that?" "I was over in Matamoras. I came back to Mac Hamilton's house." Hamilton was the ex-soldier already in jail, and sat talking to his wife. "Then I went uptown. When the shooting happened, I was down the other side of the beef market at a saloon." Captain Bill's eyes gleamed a little. All of this was in direct contradiction to the testimony of Major Penrose and Captain Macklin. "Now, Miller," he said, "you couldn't have been anywhere, you say, because you were here at 8 o'clock and 11 o'clock and answered to roll call." It was impossible for the man to reason just then. He only realized that his statement was being contradicted and that he was on the defensive. "I reckon I know where I was," he said sullenly. Captain Bill was seemingly aroused. "You scoundrel! Don't you give me any of your back talk. You answer my question, sir." At this point, Major Penrose interposed a query as to the whereabouts of Miller at some previous time, during a shooting affair that had occurred 10 years before. Captain Bill promptly checked this diversion. He said, "Hold on there, Penrose. We don't care for that now. I'm investigating what happened last week. You all failed to find out anything. I'm finding out something. When I get through with Miller, you can ask him about 96 or 76 if you want to." Then, to Miller, "What did you do after the shooting?" The man's reply became a mixture of incongruities. He had stayed at the saloon, he said, until all was quiet, about 1 o'clock. Then he had come up to the post to defend it, having heard that it had been attacked by citizens. Captain Lyon had a squad of 45 men out looking for Captain Macklin at the jail. He, Miller, had taken a gun from a gun rack that had been broken open and joined the search. He didn't know why Captain Lyon had expected to find Captain Macklin in jail. Corporal Miller was excused, and other Negroes summoned and examined. Their stories were confused, contradictory, and full of guilt. Finally, a soldier appeared whose name, C.W. Askew, corresponded with the initials written in the cap found in the street the morning after the raid. Askew came in with the usual sassy look, faced Captain Bill, wilted, and lost his memory. He had previously lost his hearing, it would seem, for like Captain Macklin, he had heard nothing of the shooting or the confusion until a call to arms, when he had hurried to a rack that was broken open and got the first gun he came to. "Let me see your cap," said Captain McDonald. Askew handed it over. The cap was a new one. Inside were the initials C.W.A., freshly written and corresponding exactly with those in the cap found on the street. Captain Bill handed it back. "Where's your old one?" he said. "I've got 2 or 3 old ones." "I want to see them. Get them and bring them here." Askew started for his caps, and Captain Macklin went with him. They returned presently with 2 old caps, in size 7 1/4 and 7 3/4, respectively. Askew's new cap and the one found in the mud were both number 7s. Captain Bill looked them over, then turned to Askew. "Don't you generally write your name in your caps?" he asked. "Yes, sir, most generally. Anyhow, I do sometimes." "Did you write your initials in this new cap? Is the handwriting yours?" "Yes, sir." "That will do. You can go now." C.W. Askew of Company B, 27th Infantry, withdrew, and Captain Bill was alone with his board of inquiry. For some moments he regarded the 2 officers with silent scorn. Then, to Major Penrose, he said, "When I came here, you told me you couldn't find out anything. I've been here a half hour, and I've found out enough, with what I got last night, to warrant me in charging a bunch of your men with murder. How do you explain that?" Major Penrose's face showed that he was unhappy. He said, "You have had more experience in such matters, and understand better how to go at it than I do." "Yes, I have only asked for the facts, that's all. I didn't try to get anybody to tell me a lie. I found that a whole bunch of these niggers was out that you and your captain said was in. You all are trying to cover up this matter, and it makes you just as sorry and guilty as these niggers, making you accessories to the crime." In employing the word sorry here, Captain Bill meant mean and paltry, but anyone could see that the word applied equally well in its other uses. "You are sorrier than these niggers," he went on, "because you, as their officers and as men of the United States Army, ought to be first to hunt out the guilty ones instead of trying to hide them. As for Macklin there, I think he was out with the niggers, and when he didn't come home with them, he having got scared and hid out, I reckon, they thought he got caught and put in jail." Note 16. Captain Lyon claimed he could not find Captain Macklin anywhere, and went to the jail and other places looking for him. Some of Lyon's men, after leaving the jail, met 5 white gentlemen and threatened to shoot hell out of them and call them damn white SOB. I have their names, meaning the names of the gentlemen, and some of them claimed they could identify the soldiers that used this epithet. Lyon and his crowd then went to where the murder was committed and found a policeman with a gun, and one of them said, "This is a S of a B now with a gun." The whole crowd of 45 men cocked their guns on him and would have taken his gun, but he was one that was not afraid of them and talked back to the black devils, and of course they let him alone. From Captain McDonald's report to Governor Lanham and Adjutant General Hewlin. End of note. Captain Bill turned to District Attorney Kleiber. "I want to make a complaint," he said, "against these men here for being accessories to this murder, by trying to cover it up. If this kind of thing is going on in the Army, it's time the country found it out. Neither Major Penrose nor Captain Macklin made any coherent defense to these charges, and Captain McDonald, with his sergeant, left the post. The Rangers spent the rest of the day in completing the evidence against the 13 suspects, 1 ex-soldier and 12 privates of Company B. It did not appear that members of the other 2 companies had taken part in the raid, though there was plenty of evidence to show that many of them had full knowledge of the affair and of the parties concerned. District Judge Welch issued the warrants, declaring the evidence amply sufficient and heartily approving Captain McDonald's action throughout, District Attorney Kleiber assenting. They agreed that the statutes clearly gave the Ranger Captain the right to arrest and hold any offender against the state law, whether in federal or civil employ. The cases of Officers Penrose and Macklin, however, they decided to leave to the military tribunals. On the following morning, Thursday, August 23rd, armed with the warrants, Captain McDonald and Sergeant McCauley again appeared at the entrance of Fort Brown. Evidently, the garrison had recovered its poise a little overnight and was again defiant, for once more a file of men with guns stood there to bar admission. Among this guard were Corporal Miller, Sergeant Jackson, and most of the other suspects. As the Rangers approached, the U.S. rifles once more came to a level accompanied, as before, by the peremptory word, "Halt!" Captain Bill, looking along the barrel of his automatic shotgun, was inclined to be almost polite. "What do you damn niggers want this time?" he said. "You must get an order from Major Penrose to come in here today," was the answer. "You niggers put up them guns." "You've already committed 1 murder," was Captain Bill's single comment. As with Sergeant McCauley, he pushed straight ahead. Both Rangers entered with their own guns leveled, and would have opened fire instantly had there been the slightest movement on the part of the guard. But whatever their orders, the Negroes gave way and made no further resistance. The Rangers presently found Major Penrose and showed him a warrant for 12 of his men. The officer appeared to have cheered up a bit. He ran down the list with quite a businesslike air. "You've got 6 or 8 of the right men," he said, "but the others were not in it." "Oh, then you do know that some of your men are guilty, and who they are," commented Captain Bill. "Well, pick 'em out. Which ones are they?" Penrose hesitated. "I mean that you have 6 or 8 of the right kind of men," he qualified. "All right, then pick out the ones that are not the right kind of men." But the major would not or could not undertake to do this. McDonald then said, "Now, I'll tell you what I want you to do with these men. I don't want to put them in the jail. The sheriff is no good, and it would take too many of my men to guard them. I want you to put them in the guardhouse here and hold them on this warrant until I get through investigating. Will you do that much?" Penrose first refused, but Major Bloxam, who was present, said that this was a fair proposition, and the major agreed to it. The men were placed under guard, and there seemed a reasonable chance that the whole matter would be sifted by the courts, and that the guilty would be punished. The Rangers left the garrison to continue their inquiries about town, in the pursuit of further evidence, well satisfied with their progress thus far, and greeted everywhere with the congratulations of thankful citizens. End of chapter 39.
Chapter 40 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This is read by Daniel Grant Peterson. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 40. What finally happened at Brownsville. How state officers failed to support the men who quieted disorder and local crime. But, meantime, something was going on. Telegrams were racing to and fro between Fort Brown and Washington, and in the course of the day, Captain McDonald noticed that Major Penrose and his officers were paying visits to prominent Brownsville attorneys. A whisper came to him that 3 companies were to be moved, the prisoners with the others. Noticing that the major and his companions went into the office of James B. Wells, a prominent lawyer, formerly judge of the district, the ranger captain and one of his men followed them. Immediately upon the entrance of the rangers, the conference, such as it was, broke up. Evidently, something was on foot, but Captain McDonald, strong in his faith in the law expounded to him by Judge Welch and Attorney Kilber, also in cooperation of these officials, expected nothing more serious than the removal of the remainder of the troops. An order for such removal was, in fact, received on that day, August 23rd. It was on Friday, the 24th, that matters reached a climax. Early that morning, Judge Wells, Jim Wells, as he was familiarly called, met Captain McDonald with some news. The two were old acquaintances. Wells said, "They are going to take your prisoners away, Bill, and you can't help yourself." "The hell I can't! I'd like to see them take my niggers away from me, and me with warrants for them issued on the authority of the judge and attorney of this district. Where'd you get your information?" Wells replied that it had come through the telegraph operator and that the order was to move the prisoners with the balance of the troops. Captain Bill did not fully credit this news, but he set out at once for the office of Judge Welch, who had issued the warrants. In front of the clerk's office he met Welch, also District Attorney Kilber, and Major Bloxam. Captain Bill suspected that Major Bloxam was in league with Penrose to get the prisoners away, and he did not much like the appearance of the 3 there together. With his usual frankness, he stated what was in his mind, adding the information just received from Judge Wells. He was assured by Judge Welch that no movement looking to the removal of the prisoners was in progress, and Major Bloxam that Major Penrose's agreement to hold the prisoners subject to his McDonald's orders would be carried out. Still, the captain was not entirely satisfied. For some reason, there appeared to be a change in the official atmosphere of Brownsville since his arrival. When the city was in despair, he had been welcomed with open arms and accorded all authority. Now that he had entered the dreaded stronghold in defiance of loaded muskets and placed the very criminals behind them under arrest, now that nobody was any longer afraid of an outbreak, and women and children could sleep at night, there seemed a disposition to ignore his work and his authority. He could not believe that in their anxiety to be rid of the Negro troops, the citizens of Brownsville would willingly surrender men who had committed murder in the streets, and trust to the meager chance of the offenders getting justice in a military investigation, a sample of which the city had already seen. It was his purpose not to allow the accused men to leave the jurisdiction of the county until a complete investigation could be made. He was satisfied that Major Penrose and his associates were fighting that investigation, and he suspected that they had by some means obtained the cooperation of the local authorities. While considering what to do next, Captain Bill became aware that a company of Negro troops had already left the fort and were marching to the railway station. Promptly mustering his rangers, he accompanied the soldiers, making sure, meantime, that they had none of his prisoners among them. As a precaution against being taken unawares, he then notified the railway officials that the special train made up for the removal of the troops would not be permitted to leave Brownsville until he was satisfied that it had none of his prisoners aboard. It did not occur to Captain Bill that there was any suggestion of humor in the fact that he was ranging himself, with his little company, against what is usually regarded as a strong combination. A railroad company backed by the United States Army, the latter represented by 3 companies of armed and unruly Negroes. It may be added that in the performance of his duty that he would, without a moment's hesitation, have opened fire on all 3 companies. Captain Bill has almost no sense of humor sometimes. Returning from the station, he saw another company of soldiers leaving Fort Brown. Seeing the approach of the Rangers, this company halted, hesitated, wheeled, and once more entered the fort. The Rangers now arrayed themselves in front of the entrance and stood guard. Presently, the company that had marched to the station also returned and entered the enclosure. Nothing further happened. Nobody else attempted to leave the fort. By and by, the ranger captain left his men on guard and went over to the office of District Judge Welch. As he entered, he noticed that Major Penrose and one of his officers, Captain Lane, were in close conversation with Welch, which he heard Welch say, "Well, that'll be all right." Captain did not hesitate. "Judge," he said earnestly, "you're not compromising with these people?" "No, Captain, but the Major here has some orders about these men. I agreed to send them out of the state after we get through with them so they won't be bothered." And to Penrose he added, "This is the man we will have to escort them out." Captain Bill regarded him sternly. He believed this to be subterfuge. "Judge," he said, "those niggers are not going to be moved from here. They are my prisoners, and I'm going to hold them. I'm going to wire to the governor for assistance to help me hold them." "And I'm going to move them away," said Penrose, "for I have an order from the president to do it." Captain Bill looked interested. "I should like to see something from President Roosevelt," he said. "I was on a wolf hunt with him once, and I know him very well. I should like to see something from the president." Major Penrose replied, "This is confidential. I have shown it to the judge, and here he can tell you. If it is confidential, how the devil can you show it to the judge and not to me when they're my prisoners and I'm here representing the state?" Penrose qualified. "Isn't it exactly from the president? It's from the Secretary of War." "Well, I should like to see that." "I'm sorry, but I can't show it to you. I'm going to move those men, however, at all hazards. And I'm going to hold them at all hazards until I get orders from Governor Lanham to the contrary. I'm going now to wire for instructions and assistance with my 4 men. I can hold them, niggers, and your whole command, if necessary, until Governor says to let them go." Captain McDonald wired Governor Lanham immediately as follows: To Governor S.W.T. Lanham and General John A. Helen, Austin, Texas. The military authorities are trying to take our prisoners from here for the purpose of defending them and defeating justice, and will attempt to do so at once over my protest. Please send assistance to prevent this outrage. The officers are trying to cover up the diabolical crime that I am about to uncover, and it will be a shame to allow this to be done. I turned warrants over to them in due form, with the promise they would hold the prisoners in the guardhouse and turn them over to me when called for. Everything is quiet, but I propose to do my duty. Signed W.J. McDonald's Captain Company B Ranger Force. No reply came from the governor after a reasonable wait, and without further delay, Captain McDonald sent to the fort a formal demand for his prisoners, reviewing fully the nature of their offense. Major Penrose replied that he had been directed by higher authority to assure the safety of the said prisoners, and added that when such safety was assured, they would be delivered to the civil authorities for trial. He added further, after a most careful investigation, I am unable to find anyone or party in any way connected with the crime of which you speak. The cat was out of the bag, and in full view now. Major Penrose, regardless of the revelations made in his office 2 days before, or perhaps because of them, regardless also of his own confession that Captain McDonald had got at least 6 of the right men, had determined now to make a general and complete denial. He had consulted legal advice, the best in Brownsville, and the result was a plea of not guilty for the entire command. The captain immediately repeated the demand for his prisoners, closing his note by requesting Major Penrose, politely enough, to wait until he, McDonald, had received instructions from his superior officers, the governor and the adjutant general, before attempting to move the men. Major Penrose made no reply to this, and the eventful day wore on. Toward evening, it was noticed that a group of officials was gathering in the office of Judge Wells. Captain Bill took one of his men and went over there, each carrying an automatic gun across his arm, as usual. They entered unnoticed and found a group which included Judge Welch, Attorney Killeber, Mayor Combe, Congressman Gardner, State Senator Wilsey, and others. Some very earnest talk was in progress in this group concerning a row and bloodshed which Bill McDonald was likely to bring down upon the community, when, as a matter of fact, the Rangers had brought to the community the only sense of security it had known since the raid. Judge Welch, who had been first to welcome the Ranger captain and to accord him authority, was now tremendously condemning that very authority and advocating its removal. Just then he happened to catch sight of Captain Bill and his ranger standing close by, their guns across their arms. He came near falling over in his surprise, and there followed a moment of general embarrassment for the anti-Ranger party. Judge Jim Wells was the first to address the captain. "Bill," he said, "you won't listen to us. You're going against the law, and you're going to start a row here that can't be stopped without terrible sacrifice. Those nigger soldiers won't go away and leave those prisoners behind without breaking out again. And next time it will be a good deal worse. They think those prisoners will be lynched if they're left here. They look after them all right and turn them over to the proper authorities. Don't, for God's sake, get us into another row, Bill." The Ranger captain looked from one to another. "There was a row here before I came," he said. "There's been none since I came here, when the town couldn't get anybody else to come, and you fellows were all scared to death. As for the law, I didn't go into that post until Judge Welch here and the district attorney told me it was all right, and I arrested them niggers on warrants that Judge Welch issued. It's a strange thing to me that the law ain't all right today, and when it was all right yesterday and the day before. As for the rest of the niggers leaving, they go fast enough when they get a chance, and I'm going to keep my prisoners here till I get orders from Governor Linham to turn them loose. Furthermore, I don't believe the people of Brownsville want them taken away from here, and I'll tell you right now that so long as I and my men are here, them niggers are in no danger, nor the people neither." Judge Wells spoke up. He said, "You haven't any sense, McDonald. You're running up against the local authorities as well as the United States. I'll settle this thing right here. I want those warrants." "Judge," said Captain Bill, "those warrants are not returnable until the 3rd day of September, and this is the 24th of August. I'm going to hold that bunch of niggers with those warrants until I hear from Governor Linham. I've wired the governor for assistance, and I'm waiting now to hear from him." Congressman Gardner spoke up at this point. "That is a very reasonable request of Captain McDonald's," he said, "that the prisoners be held until he can hear from the governor." Captain Bill parleyed no further, but leaving the group, crossed over to the Miller Hotel, the same that he had been fired on by the mob. Still no word from the governor and the adjutant general that they had been bombarded with telegrams in protest, and that every influence was being brought to bear, the captain did not doubt. Yet he did not wholly lose faith. He believed that in the end the governor would stand by what had been done and support him in the position he had taken. He left a part of his force to keep watch on the entrance of the fort and went in to supper. When he had finished, he came outside to take his turn at standing guard. Presently he saw a body of armored men approaching. There appeared to be 40 or 50 of them, most of them dressed in khaki, and in the dusk he at first took them to be soldiers. Then, as they drew nearer, he discovered that they were led by Judge Welch, District Attorney Kilber, and the Mexican sheriff, who for the first time was taking active part of the Brownsville drama, having previously been safely locked up in his own jail. Viewed at this distance of time and space, how silly it seems that those officials, knowing Bill McDonald as all the Texas knew him, could have hoped to frighten him with a nondescript muster like that. They drew their posse, Mexican riffraff, up front of the hotel. Judge Welch asked, "Where's Captain McDonald?" Captain Bill himself came forward. "What's the trouble now, Judge?" he said. "Looks like you're going to war with all these armed men." "I've come for these warrants," said Welch. "I've got an order for them." "All right, Judge. You don't need an army. If you got an order from the proper authorities, come in here by the light where I can see it." So they went in, followed by the Mexican sheriff and his khaki muster, and all the other crowd that could get in. All the citizens and guests of the hotel, the drummers and ranchmen and tourists. They all pushed and elbowed in until the hotel lobby was full and the balcony around the court was crowded, and there were ladies on the balcony. A fine audience indeed for this, the closing scene. Everybody was inside that could get in now, and the room grew quiet. In the center of the lobby, in a little group, were the chief actors. The ranger captain and his sergeant stood together, their automatic guns, as usual, in position for quick and easy service. They made a picturesque pair with their typical Texas hats and arms and dress and their determined faces. Judge Welch, facing them, fumbled a little and produced his order. Captain Bill held it to the light. It ran as follows. To Captain William J. McDonald, Company B, Ranger Force, Brownsville, Texas. You are hereby directed and required to immediately turn over the warrants for the 12 soldiers and 1 ex-soldier delivered to you for the arrest of these men without any further attempt at execution of the same. Signed, Stanley Welch, District Judge, 39th District, State of Texas. Captain Bill finished reading and regarded the judge steadily. This is your own order, Judge, he said. What is the meaning of it? Judge Welch started in to repeat some of the arguments of the afternoon. You won't take the advice of your best friends, he said, and are bound to start something here that will cause the blood to flow in these streets. Captain Bill looked at him, let his gun rest a little easily on his arm. If that is what you brought this gang here for, we start it now, he said. There was a spontaneous round of applause for both the lobby and the balcony. The ladies in the latter strained forward to get a view of the man who had defied the command of soldiers and who now, before their very eyes, were facing the sheriff's armed posse undismayed. I'll tell you, Judge, Captain Bill went on, you all look alike 15 cents in the Mexican money. To me, whom I am doing my duty, you and your militia here, and your Mexican sheriff that you told me yourself was no good, and had done nothing, and was locked up in his own jail for protection when I came here. There was more applause at this point. Also laughter, the latter rather nervous on the part of the ladies. Captain Bill proceeded. Now you bring him and his gang down here to arrest me for contempt of court, I suppose. You and your district attorney, after you both told me that I had a full right to enter the post and use such means was necessary to bring these criminals to justice. Looks like as soon as I get things started and some of the guilty men locked up, the law is all changed and you come here demanding my warrants and expect to put me in jail if I don't give them up. Is that it? Judge Wells assumed an air of superior virtue. I'm not afraid to do my duty, he blustered. Nor I, said Captain Bill. So fly at it. There was more applause then, of course. It was the moment of dramatic climax, the instant for a telegram from the governor upholding the position of Captain Bill and putting his enemies to rout. The stage machinery was perfect, too, for a telegram did indeed come at that moment, only instead of sustaining the chief actor in the drama, it cut ground from under his feet. Captain Bill took the yellow envelope from the messenger, opened it, and read the contents. There were just 2 sentences. The first equivocal and meant nothing. The last meant surrender and humiliation. Austin, Texas, August 24th, 1906. To Captain W. J. McDonald, Brownsville, Texas. Have requested General McCaskey to prevent removal of soldiers charged with recent murder. Consult direct judge and sheriff and act under through them. Signed, S.W.T. Lanham, Governor. After all, it requires defeat and reveal true greatness. Few they are who, with the eyes of the multitude upon them, can stand with calm eye and steady nerve, unmoving and unfaltering. When the last support is snatched away, it was all at an end now. All his effort had gone for little or nothing. His final hope had failed. But those watching him could not have told that the crushing blow had fallen. He folded the telegram with a hand that betrayed not the slightest tremor, but with a voice that was entirely steady and even pleasant. He said, Well, Judge, if there's nothing else will do you, I'm ready now to give you my warrant for those prisoners. Mr. Penrose has the other copy and is holding them with it. I can get along, I guess, without a warrant. The train won't leave until tomorrow morning, for the men in charge are instructed not to leave until I say so, and don't intend to say so tonight. The crowd that had been still and breathless during the last few moments gave great round of applause to this, and the drama was over. Captain McDonald still had a very small hope that affairs might take a turn before morning, and all night. With his little army, he patrolled the entrance of the fort to see that the prisoners were not moved. That a battle would have followed any such attempt there is not the least doubt. He withdrew all interference next morning, and the train carrying the troops, including the prisoners, left about 6 o'clock for San Antonio. The prisoners were taken to Fort Sam Houston, the remainder of the command to Fort Rena, Oklahoma. When the final investigations took place, the man who, according to Major Blacksom, had been willing to charge hell with a bucket of water in the cause of justice and duty was lying ill, the result of his old wounds combined with the misery of unfair treatment. Sergeant McCauley, who was ready with all the evidence, was invited to testify, and did so, but not a single indictment was found by officials, civil or military. The conspiracy of silence was complete. Footnote: Austin, Texas, Sept. 5th, 1906. To whom it may concern. This is certified I did on yesterday examine Captain W.J. McDonald and found him suffering from chronic bronchitis of both lungs, but worse on the left side, having been shot and these organs had been injured. He is now suffering a great deal and very much debilitated. I advise him to suspend his active life for a short while and to go to some water place for a few weeks of rest. I think it may take 3 or 4 weeks for him to recuperate. Respectively, L.L. Lancey, M.D. That Sergeant McCauley was on hand and turned over the cap marked CWA to the grand jury as shown in his filing receipt. Brownsville, Texas, September 12, 1806. Received from William J. McCauley, Sergeant Company B, State Rangers, 1 United States Soldiers cap marked on sweatband with name of C.W. Askew. William Follis, Foreman of Grand Jury. End of footnote. But perhaps after all the efforts of Captain Bill had not been wholly without result, for he made a report of the matter to Washington and President Roosevelt, doubtless recalling that wolf hunt and knowing the integrity and courage of the writer, viewed that report in the light of evidence. When the official verdict, not guilty, was reached, he dismissed, without honor, the entire command of the 25th Infantry. The Brownsville episode had become a national history, a curious chapter, the end of which would not soon be written. Footnote: During 1908, a secret investigation was being conducted by the War Department with the result that President Roosevelt recommended the reinstatement of such men as could establish their innocence and were willing to help bring the guilty to justice. A partial report of this investigation will be found in Appendix D at the end of this volume. Judge Welch's charge to the grand jury. However much we may be inclined to criticize Judge Welch's attitude during Captain McDonald's stay in Brownsville, his charge to the grand jury that somewhat later took up the investigation leaves little to be desired. He said, "And now, gentlemen of the grand jury, among the other responsible duties of your position, that of making a full, thorough, and complete investigation of the unprovoked murders, midnight assault committed by Negro soldiers of the 25th United States Infantry upon the citizens and homes of Brownsville in the night of the 13th of August. An inoffensive citizen was shot down and killed by them while closing his gate. An unwarranted and cowardly assault was made on the lieutenant of police of Brownsville, and his arm shattered by their bullets, requiring its amputation. Fiendish malice and hate, showing blacker than their skins, were evidenced by their firing of volley after volley from deadly rifles into and through the doors and windows of family residences, clearly with the brutest hope that their part of killing women and children, and thus making memorable their hatred for the white race. Hard words these, but strictly true and warranted by uncontested facts. It was my province to come among your patent people, even while their terrible fears and horror of another outbreak were upon them, and God spare me in my life the sorrow of ever again witnessing the faces of agonized women and fear-stricken children, tense with days and nights of suffering and waiting for relief, with none coming from either nation or state to give them assurance that greater and unspeakable outrages were not to follow. Tardy relief did come. At the 11th hour of the fiends who disgraced the uniforms they were permitted to wear and shamed a nation, were removed. That all the three companies were blamable must be conceded, for they know who were guilty, and they shielded and sheltered them, and failed to give them up. Hence it is that it had been left to the civil authorities of the state, and especially to this district court, to apprehend, if possible, those directly guilty of murder, assault to murder, and the ruffianly conspiracies to that end, as authorities of the United States in charge have declared their inability to discover who were the uniformed thugs and murderers that committed the outrages. The lengthy investigation of a committee of your leading citizens made while these outrages were fresh is at your service. I also present to you 3 affidavits made before me by W. J. McDonald, captain of Company B of the Ranger Force of Texas, against 12 of the Negro soldiers and 1 civilian, a Negro ex-soldier. All these parties are under arrest and within the jurisdiction of the civil authorities of the state, and to await the action of our courts. Hence it is that if it has ever been known by committee, sheriff, state ranger, or other officers, individual who, if any, of these men are guilty, that knowledge should come to you as the grand inquisitional body that represents not only the county of Cameron, but the state of Texas. I have no hesitation in saying that I share in the universal belief that among those under arrest are many of the murderers, but something more than mere belief and opinion are required to vindicate the law. Evidence must be had upon which to predict an incident and warrant a trial. If you indict on more suspicion or opinion and without evidence, you leave our people and community open to charge of injustice, and the proceedings will resolve themselves into mere delay, for the end of an indictment unsustained by evidence must be dismissed. End of footnote. End of chapter 40.
Chapter 41 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, a story of frontier reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. Chapter 41, The Battle on the Rio Grande. Assassination of Judge Stanley Welch. Captain Bill ordered to the scene. An ambush, a surprise, and an inquest. Within 3 months from the night of the Brownsville raid, there occurred another tragedy in the banks of the Rio Grande. in the hours of earliest morning of Tuesday, November 6th, Election Day, while asleep in his office room at Rio Grande City, District Judge Stanley Welch, prominently connected with the Brownsville episode, was shot dead in his bed by some unknown assassin. This cowardly killing being doubtless the harvest of factional discord, widely sown and carefully tended in that hotbed of political corruption and violence along the Mexican border. Rio Grande City lies up the river from Brownsville, a distance of about 100 miles. It is the county seat of Starr County, and has no railroad nearer than Sam Fordyce, the terminus of the St. L.B. and M., some 20 miles away. There are no railroads at all in Starr County, a big county full of cactus, hard, spiny mesquite grass, Mexicans, and hot, burning sand. Riot and plot would flourish naturally in a place like that, as they do in all Latin American territory. Starr County, in fact, is rather more Mexican than Mexico herself, using the word to convey the less fortunate characteristics of that hybrid race. It is not the better class of citizens that leave Mexico or Italy or China, and the United States has suffered accordingly. The border counties of Texas, because of their situation, have been peculiarly unfortunate in this regard. In Starr County, the elective offices are held almost entirely by Mexicans, and the struggle for place is very fierce and bitter. Affairs generally are conducted by Mexicans, and even the schools are in Mexican hands. From a statement concerning the school trustees and teachers in Starr County, it appears that out of 24 trustees, only 7 could speak and write the English language, and out of 39 teachers, 19 of them had no knowledge whatever of our national tongue. Commenting on this report, D.C. Rankin of Dallas, in an article in the Corpus Christi Crony, says, quote, "The male teachers are political healers for the party in power, and the lady teachers are backed by workers in the ring. No wonder that law and order amount to nothing in that rotten section, and no wonder that District Judge Stanley Welch was assassinated while asleep in his bed. No wonder that when Rangers were sent there to preserve the peace and protect the citizenship from the ravages of the so-called Americanized Mexicans, that they were ambushed and fired upon by a lot of these desperados." End quote. It is this story of crime and ambush that we shall undertake to tell in this chapter. When the assassination occurred, District Attorney Kleiber, who also may be remembered as having figured in the Brownsville story, was asleep in the room adjoining the one occupied by Judge Welch, the two inhabiting a small one-story brick building not far from the courthouse. They had retired about the same time, and Kleiber slept soundly until next morning at 7. Hearing no movement in Judge Welch's room, he called, but received no answer. Thinking the judge had overslept, Kleiber then rose, and opening the door between, called again. The judge did not stir, and going nearer, the district attorney saw blood coming from his left side. Judge Welch was lying on that side. The window behind him was up, the shutter closed. He had been shot in the back, from without, through a broken slat in the blind. Attorney Kleiber recalled having been partially roused from his sleep by some sudden noise, and now supposed it to have been the fatal shot. Mr. Kleiber at once notified the authorities, and by 8 o'clock news of the murder was on the street. It was Election Day, as already stated, and excitement followed the report, with demoralization among the better element, the party to which Judge Welch belonged. It should be explained here that the two parties in that section are the Reds and the Blues, nominally Democrats and Republicans, though the distinction would seem one of patronage rather than of politics. In Rio Grande City, the party of Judge Welch, called the Reds, Democrats, is in the minority. On this Tuesday, November 6, 1906, its franchise was even more restricted than usual. When the fact of the murder became known, about 50 mounted men, blues, went through the crowds, demanding that the polls be instantly opened. Local officers were either unwilling or unable to deal with this mob, and open warfare between the blues and the reds was imminent. To avoid bloodshed, Chairman Seabury of the Reds assembled the best men among the leaders of the blues and persuaded them to agree with him that no armed men should approach the courthouse, where the voting place had been established. Also that one man of each party should be appointed as special peace officer at the polls, and that a blue and a red should vote alternately as long as there existed material for such an arrangement. The agreement was kept 2 hours, after which the blues took possession of the courthouse, entered the door, and held the same, backed by armed men on foot and on horseback, terrorizing and keeping out most of the opposition voters. When the polls closed at 6:30 p.m., about 125 electors had not cast their votes. There had been plenty of intimidation and some personal violence, but no loss of life. The elements for riot and bloodshed, however, were all there, and it needed only a little brisk stirring to precipitate a general killing. Meantime, news of the murder of Judge Welch, with a report of the general situation at Rio Grande City, and a request for rangers, had traveled overland to Sam Fordyce and by telegraph to Austin, not arriving in time for action that day. Captain McDonald's territory included Starr County, his headquarters having been removed to Alice in 1903. Footnote, Company B had been transferred from Amarillo to Fort Hancock in 1902 for a comparatively brief period. End footnote. And on Wednesday morning of November 7, 1906, he was called by telephone from the governor's office at Austin. Governor Lanham himself was at the Austin Inn and conveyed the news of the assassination, which MacDonald had just learned from another source. "How many men have you at Alice?" inquired the governor. "2, including myself. My sergeant, W.J. Macaulay, is here. One of my men is on a scout below Corpus Christi, and the other, his force had by this time been reduced to 3, is guarding 2 murderers at Edna." "Captain," was the governor's next question, "would the fact that you have not been favorably disposed towards Judge Welch since the Brownsville affair make any difference in your undertaking this matter now?" "If you think so, Governor, you ought to get another ranger captain for this company. A ranger that would let a thing like that make any difference in a case of this kind would be no good for any purpose that I know of." "Well, then, Captain, take whatever force you have, and proceed as soon as possible to Rio Grande City, and I will send additional men there as quickly as possible. I will wire the authorities that you are on the way with 1 ranger, and that more will follow at once." "All right, Governor. I'll start first train and do the best I can. And, Captain," the governor had suddenly remembered Brownsville. "Yes, sir." "Be conservative, Captain. Investigate and try to quiet matters. But be conservative, quite conservative, Captain." "Yes, sir, Governor. All right, I'll be conservative as the circumstances will permit." "Now, do that, Captain. Just quiet matters, and I'll send you reinforcements at once. Only be as conservative as possible till they come." Captain Bill wasted no time in his preparation. The train would leave in half an hour, and he didn't stop to pack a dress suit. He notified Macaulay and gathered up a young fellow named Marsden, who had ranger ambitions, and started with such clothes and guns as he had on. It is a slow roundabout way from Alice to Rio Grande City. You have to go from Alice over to Corpus Christi, and there wait for a train that takes you down to Harlingen. Then at Harlingen you must wait for another train to take you to Sam Fordyce, and at Sam Fordyce you can hire a hack that will carry you to Rio Grande City, unless you are waylaid and murdered along that lonely road, which follows the river and winds between a thick growth of cactus, mesquite, and all the thorny, rank vegetation of that sandy, semi-tropical land. Starting from Alice in the forenoon, one with good luck may reach Rio Grande City by 10 o'clock at night, though it will be safer to wait at Sam Fordyce until next morning. Those who travel from Sam Fordyce to Rio Grande City after nightfall go armed and need to. Captain Bill had good luck on the way down. While waiting for the Harlingen train at Corpus Christi, he fell in with Sam McKenzie, his ranger, who had been on a scout in that section, and at Harlingen he found Blaze Delling, who had resigned from Company B to become U.S. River Guard. He brought both men along, and with a force like that, he felt able to cope with a mob of whatever size or nationality. Of course, nothing was known at Rio Grande City of the increase in the Ranger Army. It had been given out there that Captain McDonald and one man had been ordered down, and that reinforcements would follow, accordingly as Governor Lanham had wired. The day was well along when the little army finally reached Sam Fordyce and secured a conveyance for the final stage of their journey. An old frontiersman by the name of Inman, who owned a hack and a pair of small mules, agreed to undertake the journey. It was late in the afternoon when they started. Night fell, clear and starlight, but there was no moon, and the narrow, winding southern road, hedged thickly with mesquite and yucca and cactus growth, was dark enough, except here and there where it opened to the river, or to a hacienda, Mexican ranch, with its half-dozen thatched huts or hackles, surrounded by brush fences. The rangers drove along quietly, speaking in low voices, when they spoke at all, peering into the darkness ahead, for they had no knowledge of what conditions were awaiting them, or what they were likely to meet along the way. Besides, it is the ranger practice to go warily on dark nights, and not traverse an unknown road with festivity and boisterous mirth. It was about 8:30 o'clock, and they had covered a little more than half the distance to Rio Grande City, when they heard the noise of approaching wheels and vaguely distinguished the outlines of some vehicle in the darkness ahead. They were at the time about opposite Casita Ranch, a poor place with the usual brush fences. Mr. Inman slackened down his mules and pulled the ranger hack a little to one side of the road, supposing it to be only one of the traveling coaches that make daily trips between Rio Grande City and the railway terminus. But when the approaching vehicle was about 30 paces away, there was a sudden flash in the dark, a report, and a bullet went singing over the heads of the rangers. The rangers were instantly in battle front, guns up and ready. They did not fire at once, however, for there might be some mistake. "Hold up there," called McDonald. "We are Texas Rangers. Stop that shooting." And this admonition Private McKenzie quickly repeated in the Mexican tongue. There was no chance for mistake after that. The hacks had been moving right along and were now not more than 12 feet apart. Then the approaching hack stopped, and 3 figures with guns were seen to leap to the ground. Captain Bill, who was standing up in the hack with his Winchester leveled on them, thought at first that they were getting out to surrender their arms, and 3 of his rangers, Macaulay, McKenzie, and Delling, quickly jumped down facing them. But at that instant the epithets "Cabrones" and "Gringos" came from the Mexicans, and then "Teterli, shoot, shoot," with which signal the Mexicans, both on the ground and in the hack, let go at the rangers, point blank, while from behind the brush fence 2 guns in ambush opened an enfilading fire. Then, for the 30 seconds or so that it lasted, there was as pretty a fight as ever took place on the banks of the Rio Grande, with 7 Mexican and 5 Ranger rapid-fire guns going, a round dozen in all. There was one continuous explosion and an unceasing glare. "From where I stood in the hack, I could see the whites of their eyes," Captain Bill said afterward, "and I felt as if I could pick the buttons off their coats. I let go as fast as I knew how, and at a different Mexican every time." But though rapid, the Ranger fire was cool and accurate, while the Mexican marksmanship was inexcusably bad. In less than half a minute it was all over. The 7 Mexican guns were silenced, the Mexican force demolished. In the road a man lay across his gun, dead, 2 were limping and staggering away, 1 with a broken leg, the other to die. 2 more, the ambushers, were hiding in the weeds, where they were presently captured, while in the Mexican hack, which was now once more moving slowly along, was a freight of yet 2 more, both dead. Sergeant Macaulay, from his position on the ground, looked up to where Captain McDonald, still standing in the hack, was already reloading. "Pretty little fight, Uncle Bill," he said, casual-like. "Yes," said Captain Bill, thoughtfully, filling the magazine of his Winchester. "But do you reckon the governor will think we've been conservative enough?" When the dead and wounded and prisoners were gathered and a general observation of the field was taken, it was found, from the empty shells, that each side had fired about an equal number of shots, some 60 in all. Marvelous as it may seem, not a ranger was touched by any of the 30 or more shots fired at them, though Mr. Inman, the driver, got a pretty hot bullet through the very narrow space just under his arm, a bullet that cut his undershirt and scorched his skin, and made him think for the moment that he was wounded. Old veteran that he was, he sat quietly holding his team, a silent observer of the spectacle, only regretting that, being unarmed, he could not have a more active part. Captain Bill now took Delling and started for Rio Grande City, leaving the remainder of his force in charge of the dead, wounded, and prisoners. They kept a sharp lookout for new attacking parties as they drove along, and discussed the recent battle in voices that were jubilant but modulated. Of course, from the governor's telegram, they only expected to meet 2 men, Captain Bill reflected. It must have been a sunrise when they suddenly found 5 guns going. And a little later, speaking out of what seemed a troubled conscience, "But I'm afraid the governor won't think I was conservative." Then presently they met 2 more vehicles coming, this time in a hurry. Ready for action, the rangers waited until they were up close, then stopped them. They also had come to meet the rangers, but this time with a note from the county judge, telling them to hurry, as the town was up in arms, and an outbreak was momentarily expected. Captain McDonald sent one of the hacks after his men and their prisoners, with orders to get Mexicans from the Casita Ranch to watch the dead men until the inquest next day. Then, with the other hack, he pushed on to Rio Grande City. From the tone of the judge's note, he expected to find matters in a desperate condition. When he arrived, however, there seemed to be no special excitement. Everybody was armed, and there were groups on the street, but there was little noise or open disturbance. The ranger captain looked up the judge and sheriff and made a report of his battle and its results, the news of which was soon both general and effective. When he went out among the crowds and told them to disarm, to go home and put their guns away and quit their foolishness, it was like the dismissal of a state encampment. By the time his men arrived, everything was peaceable. It was too late that night to make a report to the governor, but Captain Bill summed up the situation in a telegram next morning. Governor Lanham had protested at the length and cost of a telegraphic report from Brownsville. This time there was no waste of words. Rio Grande City, November 8, 1906. Governor S.W.T. Lanham, Austin, Texas. We were ambushed, 4 Mexicans dead, 1 wounded, 2 captured, preparing to hold inquest, everybody disarmed, everything quiet. W.J. McDonald, Captain, Company B, Ranger Force. That told the story adequately, cheaply, and modestly. The papers over the state made a good deal to do over it and reviewed Captain Bill's other exploits, real and imaginary. But to him it was only in the day's work, the work he had been carrying on for a long time now, nearly a quarter of a century. Footnote, the Fort Worth Record, commenting on this report, compared it to Perry's famous, quote, "We have met the enemy and they are ours," end quote. The record adds, quote, "Perry and McDonald are made of the same stuff. If McDonald had been in Perry's place, he would have been equal to the emergency. If Perry had been in McDonald's place, he couldn't have done better," end quote. End footnote. The inquest was held that morning, according to program, and the verdict justified the Rangers. After which the 4 unlucky Ranger hunters were buried in a lonely old graveyard near the place where they fell. The names of the 4 were Farias, Osuna, Vincia, and Perez, all known in Rio Grande City. Their comrade, who was wounded, another Osuna, confirmed the Rangers' account of the battle. The original plan had been for all to lie in ambush behind the fence and fire on the Rangers deliberately at close range. Losing patience, however, in an attempt to clamber over the thick barrier, all but 2 decided to remain in the hack. The better element of Rio Grande City, though rejoicing over the results of the ambush, were naturally apprehensive as to what might happen next. Friends of the dead men were numerous, and it was believed that a bloody outbreak with reprisals would follow. Captain McDonald assured the citizens that he had no such fears, and the arrival of state troops and Ranger Company D, Captain Hughes, helped to restore confidence. Captain Bill did not remain long in Rio Grande City. He was still engaged in solving the Conditt problem at Edna, and could not undertake to unravel the mystery of Judge Welch's assassination. It remains unraveled to this day. Perhaps time will furnish a clue. Perhaps the secret lies buried in the old graveyard back of the Casita Ranch. Nothing was ever done with the prisoners taken by the Rangers. That is, nothing was done with the 2 men caught in ambush. The wounded man was afterward made deputy sheriff, probably as a reward of merit for having engaged in a shooting match with the Rangers, and escaped alive. End of chapter 41. Read by Bill Mosley, Llano County, Texas, USA, March 31st, 2022.
Chapter 42 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. This is read by Daniel Grant Peterson. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform, by Albert Bigelow Paine. The end of rangering and a new appointment. State Revenue Agent of Texas, the full rendition bill enforced. A great battle and bloodless triumph. The Rio Grande affair was Captain Bill's last ranger service of dramatic importance. He was continuously busy during the 2 months that elapsed between that episode and his official retirement. But it was only in the usual line of duty, chasing murderers, putting down riot, and disarming unruly men. The things he had done so often that to look back on his career now was to gaze down a kaleidoscopic vista of death and disorder, a whirling maze of bad men and guns. It was in January 1907 that he went to Belleville as a witness in a murder case, and while he was there January 16th that Governor T.M. Campbell, who had just succeeded Governor Linham, appointed him State Revenue Agent of Texas. Captain Bill's first knowledge of the matter came to him through the morning paper at Belleville. When his duties were over there, he set out for Austin to inquire into it. He knew that a state revenue agent was appointed to keep a general supervision over the collection of state revenues, taxes, license money, and the like. But he had only a dim idea to the specific duties of the office. He was by no means certain that he wanted to exchange the wide, free life of rangering, whatever might be its drawbacks, for the routine duties of an office in the capital, with a desk, a revolving chair, and a stenographer, where might be the comforts or prerequisites of these things. He was no longer a young man, and he had been shot through from different directions. Desperate wounds, long, hard vigils, cold, and exposure had left him weather-beaten and with shoulders and chest no longer as full and erect as in the old days. Yet his eye was just as clear, his ear as alert, and his nerve as steady as in the beginning, as if this appointment was merely and sincere reward for deeds performed, a sort of official manifest that he was down and out. He would have none of it. He could wear out, and he might some day stop a conclusive bullet, but he declined to rust out. Perhaps there was a pretty general belief in Texas that Captain McDonald's appointment was, in fact, sincere. But if so, the idea was transient. Arriving at the state capitol, he called on Governor Campbell without delay. "How about this appointment, Governor?" he said. "What kind of job is it?" "Well, it's a better job than you got, Captain. The pay is better, and it's safer, too. You're going to die or be killed someday about in all kinds of weather and getting shot at from ambush. We can't afford to lose you just yet." "Thank you, Governor. I don't want to be lost either," Captain Bill said in a gentle drawl. "But I don't know as I can fill the bill. What do I have to do as state revenue agent anyway? No chance to handle a gun, is there? I can do that about as well as anything." Governor Campbell laughed and handed Bill a copy of the statutes. "There's the law on the subject," he said. "You'll find all the information you need right there." Captain Bill took the book and spent several days reading and rereading whatever he could find bearing on the matter of tax paying, also on the duties of tax assessors and tax gatherers in general, and on those of the state revenue agent in particular. He found that he knew a good deal on the subject, after all, not in technical detail perhaps, but fundamentally and vitality. In his wide general knowledge of the conditions prevailing in every portion of the state, he knew that the poorest counties, those least able to bear the burden, carried a disproportionate load of state expenses. He had never given the matter much consideration before, taking it for granted that in a new county and a poor county, taxes could not help being high. This was true, no doubt, but he saw clearly enough now that in such counties taxes have been by far too high all along, and that the full rendition law provided a remedy for just that thing. Captain Bill had but one idea about law, which was that it must be enforced. To enforce the law would be interesting and righteous. He went back to Governor Campbell. "Governor," he said, "I think this job will suit me pretty well, if I can run it my way." "Well, Captain, that was what you were appointed for." "Governor," Captain Bill proceeded, "there are some of our counties and people paying twice as much tax as they ought to, and some of them, the ones that ought to pay most, and their railroads and corporations, are not paying half enough." Governor Campbell nodded. "How would you rectify that, Captain?" he asked. "Well, you see, the tax rate is the same for all counties, and the poor counties provide for their own home expenses, have asses on high valuation in order to make amount big enough to go around, while the rich counties that are practically out of debt assess on a low valuation, sometimes not more than a fourth of the value of the property. That might be all right if it was only the home levy that counted, But you see, the state levy assessed on the same violation as the home levy, and the result is that the county that is in debt paying the state taxes and violation about twice or three times as big as those big rich counties that have had the most benefit from the state and are best able to pay for it. Why, those old rich counties get an allowance of school money from the state that is actually more than all the taxes they turn in. Now, the way to fix that is to make all the counties' assets exactly alike on full violation. Now, and get the state levy down where it belongs to state expense fairly appropriated. The full rendition bill provides clarity for this case and ought to be enforced. Governor Campbell looked thoughtful. He foresaw the storm that a man with the convictions and determination of Bill McDonald could stir up in a state like Texas. Presently, he said, "Well, Captain, that was what the full rendition bill was passed for, but it's been considered a dead letter so far." "It won't be a dead letter if I take the job, Governor. It will be the liveliest letter in the statute book for a while." Campbell smiled grimly. In imagination, he already heard the howl that would go up and the imprecations that would descend upon the appointer as well as appointee. After all, perhaps a ranger captain in a job like that was not an perfect selection. Then presently he turned to Captain Bill. "Well, Captain, you've got your appointment," he said. The state revenue agent lost no time in beginning his work. Already many of the annual assessments for 1907 had been made, and if any reassessments were to be taken, there was no time to lose. In 1906, the assessed values of Texas properties had exaggerated $1,210,000,000. State Agent McDonald resolved that they should properly be more than doubled this amount, and he undertook at once the first step in that direction. He did this knowing full well what would result. He knew that a man's purse is his tenderest point, and that to lay a finger on his taxes is to touch a spot already sore. He knew that what he was about to do meant to antagonize practically every corporation in the state and every rich county as a whole. Also, perhaps a majority of the press. Papers that had laundered him to the skies for his achievements would be the first to belittle him. Now, to cry him down, what he was undertaking was distinctly a minority crusade, a struggle for the pioneer, a fight for the underdog. Yet, I think his chief consideration was the enforcement of the law. That would be likely to be so. The law's enforcement had been his habit so long. If other things weighed at all, they probably only added zest to his resolve. He began by issuing a general letter to assessors throughout the state, and part of the letter ran, "Dear Sir, as state revenue agent with well-defined duties imposed upon me, I feel called upon to communicate with tax assessors relative to the rendition and assessment of real and personal property for taxation. An inspection of the tax rolls of your county for 1906 and some years prior thereto discloses the fact the real and personal property is assessed at only a certain percentage of its value instead of at its value, as required by the Constitution and laws of the state. I will take occasion during the year to visit such counties as may be practical and examine into the mode of rendition and assessment, and I hope to have your assistance." The letter then called attention to and quoted from the law setting forth the duties which good officers and citizens would perform in full and the penalties for being and doing otherwise. Near the end, the letter, he said, "This duty imposed upon you by the law, and I suppose I am not presumptuous in asking you to follow it strictly so that there will be no embarrassment when I call upon the purpose of making an investigation," etc., etc. It was a careful, dignifying letter, entirely justified by its conditions. It is true the revenue agent did not fully explain in that last clause just what would be likely to cause the embarrassment when he appeared upon the scene for the purpose of making an investigation, and the thoughtful assessor who had followed Bill McDonald's career and remembered some of his former investigations may have inferred that it would have something to do with guns. Certainly that letter made those assessors mad. Also, it made the people mad, and the newspapers. Even the people and the newspapers of the counties that would benefit by the full rendition law, not quite understanding at first, got mad as a preparation for further enlightenment. Never since Joseph laid a 20% levy on the Egyptians after first taking away all their land was there such a general madness over any tax order under the sun. In all the history of Texas, there had been no such commotion, such a cyclone of indigestion as that which had its storm center in the state revenue agent's office at Austin. Since Bowie and Travis, a fit successor to those heroes of the Alamo, now denounced him as a bloodthirsty desperado who proposed to hold up the people of Texas as he had held up bad men at the point of a six-shooter. They declared that his sole purpose was to fill the state treasury to bursting with the people's money, so that it might be an easy prey for grafters already lying in wait with schemes. Then they denounced Governor Campbell for appointing such a man and prophesied his political ruin and general downfall. Some of them could not, and others would not, see that a full assessment for all was the only fair system, and that the values increased, the general rate of levy would lower accordingly. Not so blind as those who will not see in property owners, public and private, in counties where assessments had long been far too low to give them a fair share of the state burdens, were naturally blinded by that self-interest which was stirred in with Adam's dust. Indignation meetings prevailed. Assessors elected by the people told their constituents that they would obey the will of the people and tell any petty revenue agent that he could go to with his bluff that the people of Texas were bigger than any individual in it and knew what they wanted in the way of assessments, regardless of any fool laws to the contrary. Perhaps the coolest man in the state sat in the state revenue agent's office at Austin and smiled that bland, winning smile of his as he greeted the reporters and declined to get mad or to recede from his position, merely referring them to the law as set down, dictating between times answers to excited assessors in which he assured them that his first letter was quite genuine and meant what it said, and that furthermore, if they had, as some of them stated, already turned in their assessment rolls for 1907, they must go back and do it again, observing the law both in letter and spirit in order to avoid that little embarrassment when he should call somewhat later in the year. And this kicked up the dust worse than ever. There was, however, a percentage of public sentiment in favor of the law and justice, regardless of personal interest. There were men in high places who stood boldly for the new order of assessment, and there were newspapers, even in the old rich counties, that for a principle were willing to lose subscribers and pay the additional tax besides. The names of these men and of those newspapers, Texas should inscribe on a roll of honor in her state capital, for it was by such those that some 70 years ago her independence was won. Governor Campbell assailed on every side, breasted the storm, and stood firm. If his political structure must go down to ruin because of an effort to secure justice and the enforcement of the statute as laid down, then perhaps the ruin would be better off than the edifice. He discussed the matter thoughtfully and earnestly, here and there, when called upon, and was listened to with respect through with uncertain approval. Other officials throughout the state were inclined to be governed by the temper of their constitutions. Yet there were notable exceptions. In February 1907, at a convention of county judges in Dallas, the statement was made that an attempt to carry out the instructions of the state revenue agents in the matter of the full rendition law would mean the political death of such county judges or commissioners as engaged in that effort. This statement through wide was not general. Among others to dissent was Judge Hill of Eastland County, who declared that if the people of Texas did not want a man in office who would carry out the law, he, for one, would be glad to resign. That was a fine, brave statement and had its effect. A resolution pledging the members of the association individually and as a whole to support and maintain the letter and spirit of the full rendition law to the end that the taxes of the entire state might be equal and uniform, was unanimously adopted. The right word from the right source had been spoken. It began to be echoed in public places. It was along in March 1907 that the state revenue agent decided that he would not wait to call on the assessors during the year, but that he would gather them in Austin where he could talk to them all together. A meeting of the State Association of Assessors near the end of the month was the result. The assessors came together in many frames of mind, but mainly belligerent. Some of them had given it out to their constitutions before they started that they were going down to tell that old ranger that he might be able to round up cattle thieves and Mexicans, but that bunch of county assessors would be a different matter. With these officials began to collect around the Capitol, there were plenty of talk, not always complimentary. The state revenue agent loafed around among them. It was noticeable how criticism subsided in the various groups as he saturated in their direction. It was rumored that, though a civil officer, that he still wore a .45 in a holster and carried an automatic in his hip pocket. When the members were finally assembled in general meeting, and Captain Bill rose to address them, they were quite still. He did not make a long speech, but was to the point. We have been assessing in this go-as-you-please sort of fashion a good while, he said. And now we are going to do it the other way. We have been assessing by custom. Now we're going to do it by law. The present tax rate is 20 cents on the hundred. We wanted to get it down to 5 cents on the hundred and adjust it so that every man will pay what he should, no more and no less. I don't want to pay out money any more than the next one, but I want to pay what is right. And I know you men want to do what is right with your people. When you find out what the right thing is, this law is right, and just because we've been going according to the old unjust custom, there's no reason now why we shouldn't be according to the old and just law. It was in the strain that he talked to them, using the friendly, familiar vernacular, which meant sincerity and a genuine interest in their welfare. They saw that he is in earnest, and he spoke to their better inclination. Also, he had the strong side of the argument. A paper commenting on the matter said, "Thrice was the captain armed for the reason that he was in the right, and had the laws of the state to back him. A statement true in the main, though it leaves the reader to guess what the third way the captain was thought to be armed. At all events, whatever rebellion may have existed must have been pretty well quieted by the next day, for the following resolution was unanimously adopted. Resolved, that we, the assessors of the state of Texas, in convention assembled, will make what improvements we possibly can to increase the renditions of 1907, and promise fully comply with the law and the assessments of the future, and we hereby authorize the secretary of this convention to notify all assessors not present to cooperate with us in this matter." Footnote: The New York Sun, commenting on this, said, "Many of the assessors came to Austin with a feeling of animosity toward Captain McDonald, but he brought them all into line, and before the meeting adjourned, resolutions were unanimously adopted thanking him for taking up the question of assessments and promising to assess property at its full market value." End of footnote. When that association disbanded, if there's any indignation and resentment existing for the state revenue agent, it made no outward manifestation. One assessor said, "As to what my duty was, I very well knew that before I went to Austin, but like most other assessors, I followed a custom instead of the law. When a change was demanded, I thought it would cause a great deal of confusion among the people who had made an inventory of their property. I find it not the case. I have very little trouble, and in my judgment I will get 40% raise for an average." And another assessor, writing to the Fort Worth Record, said, "Well, I'm going to my duty. I am swearing to every man to its value of his property as well as to the rendering of it, so when Brother McDonald comes around, if he ever does, there will be no kick coming my way." The result came when the inventories were gathered and the items footed. Between the figures of 1906 and 1907, there was an actual difference of $414,137,246 in favor of the latter year. As part of the vast increase would come from the natural property growth of the state, but in the main was due to the revised inventories and valuations. And this was a mere beginning undertaken under distributing the adverse conditions. The increase of 1908 over 1907 add another total of $561,297,248 to the property assessment values, aggravating an increase over the year of 1906 of $975,434,494. Perhaps Texas will be a $3 billion state yet, and has been prophesied, and the tax rate of the pioneer counties will be such as to encourage still further settlement and progress. Not that the system is perfect yet. There are still assessors who would shirk their duty, and hence counties who default in their burdens. No great reform can be immediately complete, but if State Revenue Agent McDonald survives long enough, this one will be so in time, and already it stands as his greatest monument and victory. Footnote: in addition to this work, State Revenue Agent McDonald has very largely increased the state income by systematic and vigorous enforcing of the law, providing for the licensing of various public entertainments, and for regulating the sale of liquors. His experience in putting into effect the new Baskin-McGregor law somewhat resembled his adventures with the full rendition law, and ended with as a single victory. In a footnote. Full rendition of property values for the purposes of taxation had always been the law in Texas. The 13th legislators provided for the reestablishment of an old and dishonored system. For a fuller understanding of the conditions before and after the enforcement of this and other laws, the reader may refer to Governor Campbell's message of January 1909, Appendix F, and the address by Hon. W.D. Williams, Appendix G, at the end of this volume. End of Chapter 42.
Chapter 43 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger. A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Marilyn Campbell. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger. A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. In conclusion, Captain Bill McDonald of Texas. What he has been and what he is today. So now we have arrived at the end of our story. The story of a man who does things, who has been making history for 25 years, who is still making it today. It is the story of a life so full of incident and episode that we have been able to give only a chapter here and there, to touch the high places, as it were, for the tale entire would fill a library, and would involve the chronology of a state, which in that quarter of a century has increased its population nearly 5 times, its wealth in a like proportion, while its progress in education and morals has been incalculable. It is with the improvement last named that Bill McDonald and the little army of state rangers from which he had been selected as an example have been chiefly concerned, though advancement in other directions has been collateral and dependent on moral growth. Order is not only the first law of heaven, but of the frontier, and by the sturdy frontier battalion has the fight for order been made and won. For in spite of plague spots here and there, and in a state of so vast an area and so recent and motley a settlement, it would be strange indeed if these did not exist. Texas is today a splendid empire of beautiful towns and cities, of fair and fruitful farms, and of handsome, hearty, law-abiding men and women. The Panhandle has become a garden. Not a Garden of Eden, exactly, but a garden of agriculture and home culture. A larger garden than Eden, and happier and more profitable than Eden has ever been since the fall. And the best evidence of what the Ranger force has done for Texas may be found in the steady reduction of its numbers. By the very nature of its achievements, it has each year reduced the necessity for its existence. Today, it consists of 4 little companies, aggregating about 30 men all told. They are brave, picked men, who face death daily and are not afraid. If from among these Bill McDonald has been marked for special distinction, it is not because he has been more willing to do and dare, or more resolute in its purpose of reform, but because he was at his birth marked by that special genius which, whatever his environment, would make episodic achievement and peculiar distinction his inevitable portion. Long before he became an officer, he was a peacemaker. Wherever trouble occurred, McDonald had a genius for being there, separating and disarming the combatants, admonishing them in that convincing manner which few men ever resented. No one ever knew him to flinch at a time like that. Perhaps no one ever dreamed that he would be likely to do so. He was variously gifted. His perceptions were abnormally keen. His deductive conclusions often startling in their exactness. In his detective work, he was sometimes referred to as the Sherlock Holmes of Texas, though his processes would seem to have been more instinctive and perhaps less intellectual than those of Dr. Doyle's imaginary hero. For he had the eyes of a fox, the ears of a wolf, and he could follow a scent like a hound. "Cap, you have eyes in the back of your head and can smell a criminal in the dark," was once said to him, and perhaps this statement was not so wide of the mark. His understanding of character, frontier character, was likewise a gift. Almost every man has a right side, and Bill McDonald always seemed to know how to reach that side. When no right side developed, he knew how to handle the wrong one. He seldom failed to win the confidence and the respect, even friendship, of his prisoners. Such enemies as he has today are not among the men he caused to be punished, but among those who feared, and still fear, capture and punishment. There may be a good many such. Time and again, his removal was not only requested, but demanded, sometimes by a whole community, a community which did not want the law's enforcement, and such a demand was likely to be accompanied by the threat of political revolt. But Texas, from the days of Sam Houston, has had good governors to whom such a demand was in the nature of a compliment, and the best reason for retaining the offending incumbent. Hence Bill McDonald not only remained in service, but was given an ever-widening usefulness. His suddenness and determination was a constant amazement to lawbreakers. Once when he was in El Paso, he received a telegram stating that some of his horses had been stolen from a ranch he then owned on the Oklahoma and Texas line. That ranch was nearly 500 miles away as a crow flies. But Bill McDonald was on the train bound in that direction while the telegram was still damp. Arriving at his ranch, he struck the trail and set out alone to follow it, without rest, through Greer County, riding hot foot a distance of 300 miles, overtaking the thieves at last somewhere beyond Norman, Oklahoma. Sid Woodring, a wary old outlaw, was in that gang. Also his nephew Frank Woodring, and a third member whose name is not recalled. It was a genuine surprise when Bill McDonald, whom they thought at the other end of Texas, charged in among them and had them disarmed almost before they realized what was going on. He marched them back to the jail at Norman, had them indicted in Greer County, where the court was then in session, got them convicted for terms ranging from 5 to 10 years, and returned with his recovered horses, completing in the space of a few days one of the neatest and most spectacular bits of official work on record. The amount of his work was something enormous. In the 2 years ending August 31st, 1904, Ranger Company B, which he commanded, traveled 74,537 miles, made 205 scouts, and 174 arrests. 31 of the arrests were for murder, and nearly all for desperate crimes. When it is remembered that some of those scouts required days, and some of the arrests were hundreds of miles apart, and the result of long and arduous trailing and persistent detective work, the labor and the result can be better understood. Nor is this an unusual report. It has been selected at random and is by no means of the busiest period. The period of the early 90s, those riotous panhandle days. There was no show, no fuss and feathers about his work. Riot threatened or broke out here and there. The newspapers carried a line that Captain Bill was on the way to the scene. He arrived, often alone, disarmed a mob, made an arrest or two, perhaps, gave out a few quick admonitions, and it was all over, next day to be forgotten. With many other men, such cases would have meant resistance, bloodshed, troops, and the long animosities of years. That was his genius, to settle matters, to dispose of them, to get through and to be at other work without waste of time. Once when he was ordered to Galveston to prevent a prize fight, he arrived at the hall where it was to take place after the crowd had gathered. He did not bother to discuss matters with the managers or principals, but walked out on the stage and announced briefly to the audience that the fight would not take place, for the reason that it was against the law which he was there to enforce. That was a fair sample of his method, to know the law and to enforce it, without a fireworks and without violence. No man has ever been his equal, perhaps, in that field. It was true he was lucky, for bullets missed him, as a rule, and he steered clear of many dead falls. Among the Mexicans, and bad men generally, there grew up a superstition that he was bulletproof, and after the Rio Grande affair there would seem to be some reason for such a belief, for he stood up there in plain view, a tall and shining mark, blazing away, and no bullet touched him. He has always been modest concerning his achievements, discussing them in the few words of an official report. When he has spoken at all, it has been his habit to present the general result, rather than his part in it. It was this characteristic that made difficult the securing of material for these chapters. In preparing for the Rio Grande battle, for instance, I said to him, "Of course you hit some of those Mexicans?" "Well, you see, standing up as I was, I had a good place to shoot from." "Then you did hit some of them?" "Well, of course, as I say, I had the best place to shoot from, and I felt as if I could pick the buttons off their coats." "But, Captain, what I want to know is if you think you really hit any of them." "Oh, well, hell," very reluctantly, "I don't guess I missed any of them." "Did you feel afraid?" "No, I don't reckon I thought of that." Yet every man is afraid of something. It was about the time of the conversation just noted, he was then visiting New York City, that he said anxiously to a companion who was steering him through the mess of traffic at one of the 23rd Street crossings, "Look here, you'll get me killed yet in a place like this. I don't know the game." The muzzle of a Colt 45 or of a Winchester had no terrors for him, but a phalanx of automobiles and traction cars mingled with a medley of other vehicles bearing down from 4 different directions, a perfect triangle of impending death, proved disturbing to one accustomed to simpler, if even more malignant, dangers. With conditions of his own kind, however, he was at home, even in the metropolis. Visiting Coney Island one night, he came upon 2 tough individuals, clutched in a fierce grip and trying to damage each other vitally. Texas was a long way off, but it did not matter. He took hold of those men, saying, "Look here, what are you men acting so sorry for? Stop this now and go home." They were the sort of men who would have resisted a policeman, who might have killed him. What they did now was to cease their warfare and stare in a dazed way at the tall, lean figure, the unusual features, and the large white hat of Captain Bill. "You fellows go on home now," he admonished in his slow, homely way, and the 2 set out in different directions without a word. It was on his way back to Texas that he paid his promised visit to President Roosevelt. He was a bit nervous over the prospect, but found himself altogether at ease a moment after his arrival at the White House. For he was given the sort of hearty welcome that goes with the wider life he knew best, and was introduced without formality to men who were delighted to honor him for what he was and had been. If Theodore Roosevelt had enjoyed his visit to the plains, so no less did Captain Bill McDonald find delight among the halls and highways of legislation. Captain Bill McDonald of Texas, the last of a vanishing race and a vanished day, of the race to which Crockett and Bowie and Travis and Fannin belonged, of a day when a hip and a holster were made one for the other, when to reach in that direction meant for somebody post-mortem and obsequies. State Revenue Agent of Texas, such today is his title, and the work he has undertaken in his new field goes bravely on. Texas still needs his honesty, his courage, and his determination. When those qualities direct the affairs of the body politic, the prosperity and predominance of that commonwealth are assured. End of chapter 43.
Appendix A of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Appendix A. Extracts from Report of Adjutant General W. H. Mabry of Texas, 1896. The Fitzsimons Maher Prize Fight. Adjutant General's Office, State of Texas, Austin, February 27th, 1896. Lieutenant Governor George T. Jester, Acting Governor. Sir, I herewith briefly submit a few facts connected with my presence at El Paso. Much of the views sent over the wires were all colored in the interest of the managers of the prize fight. In fact, 2 reporters informed me that Stewart exercised a kind of censorship over all dispatches, and that he demanded they be colored in his favor, with the threat that unless it was so worded, they could not see the fight. The dispatches contained the denunciatory proceedings of a city council against the governor's orders in sending the Rangers, and by my action there, in having close kept watch over all that was done, so far as it pertained to the bringing off of the fight, but failed, with one exception, to contain the resolutions of the Ministers' Union, who represented a large class among the best citizens, proving the governor's action and upholding my methods. I talked with many of the best citizens, among whom were district officials, who stated they believed the fight would have been pulled off in some adjacent disputed territory about El Paso. Of course, Mr. Stewart assured me that he would not bring the fight off in Texas, but the governor of Chihuahua also informed me that Mr. Stewart assured him that he would not pull off the fight in Old Mexico, and at the same time he had the dispatches to quote him as saying he would never violate the laws of Texas. If he does not do so every day in some of his gambling establishments, then common report has woefully misrepresented him. I had a close and constant espionage placed, not only on the principals, but also on the passenger depot and the cars loaded with paraphernalia of the ring, with instructions to follow the latter to wherever hauled. Not only did I do this up to the 14th, but kept it up to the 21st, notwithstanding Mr. Elba's outburst of virtuous indignation, because I kept a surveillance over Ma when taken to Elba's room, over the latter's place of business on the night of the 13th, the day before the fight was to occur. I did this on the night of the 20th, when Ma was domiciled in the same room. By the way, from the report of Captains Hughes and Brooks, I find it hard to reconcile Mr. Elba's high-sounding document with his action in going on the bond of some bunco men whom Captain Hughes arrested for swindling and placed in jail. They were let out of jail, and Captains Hughes and Brooks investigated the facts, and found Mr. Elba's and a man by the name of Burns, a keeper of a red-light joint, were the bondsmen. Now, the surveillance over men who were advertised to commit a crime which was a felony in Texas made these people very mad, and much was said about the liberty of the citizens, martial law, etc. The drippings from such sanctuaries should come very seldom, and then in very broken doses. I usurped no authority, nor interfered with local officers in any duty they saw fit to perform. I was ordered there to see that no such crimes as was widely advertised to come off near El Paso should be perpetrated upon any isolated Texas soil, nor even on any so-called neutral strip between Texas and Mexico. The presence of the Ranger force was evidently very much appreciated by certain business elements there, when these people called on me for protection and to leave a detachment in El Paso to protect the banks, while most of my force would be out of the city on the day of the fight. The city was full of desperate characters looking for spoils from whatever source. From the utterance of Mr. Stewart and most of his friends, as expressed in press dispatches, it would appear that the Rangers and he were there for the same purpose, to prevent the fight in Texas. Nevertheless, Mr. Stewart's side kept up to their misrepresentations until it became a foregone conclusion that no fight could occur on any disputed or neutral ground convenient to El Paso, notwithstanding the press dispatches reporting him as having Mr. Bat Matteson and 100 men to protect his ring. I never heard of one cat squalling because another cat's tail got smashed. They began looking for another place, and Ma's eyes became very sore, and apparently remained in that condition until a secure place was found in Old Mexico, some 400 miles from El Paso. Then his eyes began to improve every day. Still, they may have been sore, but Dr. Yandell, who was reported in press dispatches as saying Pete had acute ophthalmia, informed me that he never diagnosed his case, nor saw Ma at the time. The prize fighters were merely dough in the hands of Mr. Stewart and the hundreds of others who were present for the money they hoped to win, and would have fought in the ring wherever located, if unmolested by officers at the time. It is hard to believe that Mr. Stewart had so much respect for law he regarded as wrong, and which he believed was passed to affect his interests. To illustrate his great respect for laws generally, Mr. Brooks, manager of Western Union Telegraph Company, came to me the night before the start was to be made for Langtree, and demanded protection. He stated that a representative of Mr. Stewart had come to him, and informed him that unless his company paid $10,000 to Mr. Stewart, that he, Mr. B., could not use his own office and his own wires to send off the report of the fight at Langtree. The same representative of Mr. Stewart's informed Mr. Brooks that said Mr. Stewart would place his, Mr. Stewart's, men in the office and keep him out by force. I readily granted him protection to do his legitimate business, and had my rangers about the office, with the proper instructions, and no such high-handed measures were undertaken. The statement wired that I and rangers crossed the river to see the fight was palpably made to belittle the force. They knew it was false at the time. I desire to express my approbation for the intelligent and efficient manner in which Captains Brooks, MacDonald, Hughes, and Rogers executed every order and performed every duty. The Rangers conducted themselves in such manner as to reflect additional credit upon the name of a Ranger, always a synonym for courage and duty well performed. They were active in the execution of every order, quite and orderly in manner, determined in mien, fearless, and vigilant on duty. They thus naturally incur the displeasure of lawbreakers everywhere. I have the honor to be your obedient servant, W. H. Mabry, Adjutant General. Thanks are due to Captains Orsay and Owen for the manner in which they have performed their respective duties. I beg here to express my appreciation for the thoughtful and courteous consideration always accorded me by Your Excellency, and my obligations for the cordial and able cooperation and advice which you have rendered to me in the administration of my department. I have the honor to subscribe myself, very respectfully, your obedient servant, W. H. Mabry, Adjutant General. Strength and operations of the Frontier Battalion. As now organized, the Frontier Force consists of 4 companies commanded by Captains J. A. Brooks, W. J. MacDonald, J.N.O.R. Hughes, and J.H. Rogers. 3 are stationed along the Rio Grande, and 1, MacDonald, in the Panhandle, with headquarters at Alice, Cotula, Isleta, and Amarillo. They scout over a large section of the country, and detachments are sent to different sections where needed, if it is possible to send them. Demands for Rangers have been greater than this department could furnish because of the limited number of men in the service, but every effort has been made to cover as much territory as possible. The report of operations for the 2 years show that they have traveled in scouting 173,381 miles, arrested 676 criminals, returned 2,856 head of stolen stock to their owners, have assisted the civil authorities 162 times, and guarded jails 13 times. The duties of the Ranger are arduous and often dangerous. The most desperate criminals would naturally seek that isolated section, and when on the trail of the bold desperadoes, often life is the forfeit in the encounter that they may follow. Praise is due to the commanding officers and their men for the prompt and fearless manner with which they perform their duties. While the pay is small, none but young men of character, standing, and good habits are enlisted, and they so conduct themselves as to reflect credit upon the state in the efficient service they render. Because of the limited force and the great demands made upon the service, there have been enlisted 82 special rangers who serve without pay from the state. They are almost exclusively located in the frontier sections and are paid principally by private interests who claim they are compelled to stand the hardship of the extra burden or tax it imposes because, in conjunction with the regular force as standing menace to criminals, they are enabled to enjoy some of the protection which a state rarely guarantees to them. These specials are always enlisted upon the recommendation of the sheriff and the district attorney, or the sheriff and some other officer of the county or district. End of Appendix A.
Section 45 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. Appendix B. Part of 2 years' report of Adjutant General Thomas Scurry, December 1st, 1898 to October 31st, 1900. The Ranger Service. The fact that the state has had for some years past a force always ready to suppress disorder, arrest criminals, and aid the civil authorities in the protection of courts and jails has been the cause of hundreds of criminals taking refuge in the border states, outside the jurisdiction of Texas and in Mexico, who would return to Texas to continue their depredations and murders, were it not for the Ranger force. Instances can be shown where the moral effect of having the Rangers readily cooperate with the civil authorities anywhere in the state has been a deterrent to the commission of lawless acts, and numerous instances can be shown where whole counties have been purged of their criminal element by the presence of rangers, who alone were able to restore peace and good order in the community. In reality, the so-called Frontier Battalion is but 4 small detachments. The reports received at this office indicated that these men, while fearless and prompt in the performance of their duty, have always acted with discretion and in the most orderly manner. Their well-known reputation for courage of itself has had a most salutary and good moral effect on the lawless element of the communities where they have been stationed. Since January 1st, 1899, the officers and men of the Frontier Battalion have been very actively engaged in running down the criminal element in the West, and in subduing lawlessness in other portions of the state. The Rangers have only been used in other portions of the state when a direct request on Your Excellency was made by the civil authorities of cities or counties needing them. That their work has been effective and to the satisfaction of those requesting their service, it is only necessary to refer to letters on file in this office in reference to their efficiency received from citizens and officials of the various cities and towns to which the Rangers have been ordered. It is probably appropriate to mention some prominent features of the work of the Rangers during the past 2 years, outside of the duties usually performed by them in the way of scouting in the sparsely settled district of the West, and in the work accomplished in recovering stolen cattle, arresting thieves, murderers, etc. During the month of March 1899, Captain McDonald, with 2 men, was ordered to Columbus, Colorado County, for the purpose of preventing trouble there between the Townsend and Reese factions. Captain McDonald went alone, his men not being able to reach him in time, and his courage and cool behavior prevented a conflict between the 2 factions. The district judge and district attorney both informed him that it was impossible to handle the situation, but he told them that he could make the effort, and he gave the members of each faction a limited time in which to get rid of their weapons, stating that he would put those in jail who refused to comply. His order had the desired effect. Captain McDonald was ordered by Your Excellency to Henderson County to work on the cases against the lynchers of the Humphreys. In reference to this affair, I take the liberty of quoting from a letter from Honorable N.B. Morris, ex-Assistant Attorney General. Quote, "You will remember that at the request of the sheriff, county attorney, and other local authorities of that county, Captain McDonald and Private Old were sent there to assist them and myself in the investigation of that horrible murder, which was then enshrouded in a mystery that seemed almost impossible to uncover. Before the Rangers reached us, the people in the neighborhood of the murder seemed afraid to talk. They said they would be murdered too if they took any hand in working up the case. About the first thing that Captain McDonald did was to assure the people that he and his associates had come there to stay until every murderer was arrested and convicted, and that he would see that all those who assisted him would be protected. They believed him, and in consequence thereof, they soon began to talk and feel the law would be vindicated, and I am glad to say that it was. The work of the Rangers in this one case is worth more to the state, in my opinion, than your department will cost during your administration. In fact, such service cannot be valued in dollars and cents. The Rangers were at all times sober, orderly, and quiet, and left that country on good terms with all factions. They paid no attention to the criticisms of the mob sympathizers, but went straight along, did their duty, and now have the confidence not only of the good citizens, but of the members of the mob and their friends. 3 of the lynchers turned state's evidence, and 8 of them were sentenced to the penitentiary for life. In March 1899, Company E, Captain J. H. Rogers commanding, was ordered to Laredo to assist the state health officer to enforce the quarantine laws, there being an epidemic of smallpox in that city. The Mexicans living there objected to being moved from their homes to the hospital, and the state health officer, considering it absolutely necessary for them to be moved in order to stop the spread of the disease, required force to accomplish his object. The Mexicans showed a disposition to riot on the 19th, collecting together in hundreds, some of them being armed. The city officials had a fight with them, several shots being fired, and on the 20th, Captain Rogers, followed by 1 ranger and a special ranger, went with the sheriff of the county to search for arms secreted in the house of an ex-policeman. It is supposed for the purpose of making assault upon the state health officer and his force if approached. These officers met resistance from the inmates of the house. A fight ensued in which Captain Rogers received a wound in his right arm, and 1 of the Mexicans was killed. The remaining detachment of Company E, having been advised of the fight, and having met Captain Rogers in a disabled condition, and presuming that the lives of the Ranger and Special Ranger were in jeopardy, went to the scene of the action without hesitation, and immediately upon reaching the street in which the Mexicans were assembled, were fired upon by the latter. The 6th Ranger proceeded up the street firing as they went, being under the impression that a man seen lying in the street dead was one of the Rangers who accompanied Captain Rogers. Several disinterested citizens have said that these Rangers showed remarkable pluck and daring in coming down the street, fighting several times their number without the slightest hesitation. Several Mexicans were wounded, and after this work of moving the smallpox patients to the hospital was an easy task. In April 1899, 2 Rangers of this company were sent to Wharton County by request, and were successful in breaking up a gang of cattle thieves operating in that locality. Several were arrested, including the recognized leader. In September 1899, Captain Rogers and several of his men were ordered to Orange by the request of civil authorities, on account of an organized mob killing one Negro and wounding another, and sending anonymous letters to others directing them to move out of the country. Several arrests were made. Captain Rogers was removed from Orange on account of his wound, and Captain McDonald and several of his men were ordered to relieve him. Captain McDonald succeeded in arresting and having indicted 4 men for murder and a great number of men for conspiracy to murder in connection with the above mob. It is to be regretted that Ranger T.L. Fuller, while in discharge of his duty at Orange, Texas, found it necessary to shoot and kill Oscar Poole in self-defense. On the 15th day of October 1900, while Captain W.J. McDonald, Lieutenant T.L. Fuller, and Private A.L. Saxon of Company B were attending court at Orange, Texas, as witnesses, and Lieutenant Fuller to challenge the charge of false imprisonment for making arrest while a private. Footnote: this tragedy resulted in the following recommendation by the Adjutant General, which recommendation was duly acted upon. End footnote. The latter was shot and killed by Tom Poole, a brother of Oscar Poole, while in a barber shop talking to one of the barbers. From the information received, it is certain that Lieutenant Fuller did not know of the presence of Tom Poole when shot. While this ranger was enlisted on account of his previous good record as a deputy sheriff, he enlisted with the hope of saving sufficient money to finish his education in the University of Texas, having at that time just completed his freshman year. He was a young man of temperate habits, quiet in his manner, and a fearless ranger. Recommendation: I recommend that the law governing the ranger service be so amended, quote, that the officers, non-commissioned officers, and privates of the ranger force be clothed with the powers of peace officers to aid the civil authorities in the execution of the laws anywhere in the state, that they be given authority to make arrests, and in such cases to be governed by the laws regulating and defining the powers and duties of sheriffs when in discharge of similar duties. End quote. That this force consist of not to exceed 4 companies of 20 men each. The commissioned officers to be 4 company commanders, each with the rank of captain, 1 quartermaster with the rank of captain, and 4 first sergeants. The pay of the officers and non-commissioned officers to be as heretofore prescribed, and the pay of privates to be $40 per month. By increasing the pay of the privates, the state will secure the service of a better class of men, who will remain in the service a longer time and do more efficient work. In the view of the fact that a number of criminal suits have been brought against privates in the ranger force for false imprisonments by reason of arrests made by them prior to the promulgation of the Attorney General's opinion advising that only the officers of the ranger force had authority to execute criminal process under the law, see General Orders No. 24, Exhibit P, I respectfully recommend that the act be passed by the legislature legalizing the official acts of the Rangers as peace officers prior to May 26, 1900. Officers and privates have for 24 years been acting in good faith under the impression that all Rangers had the authority of peace officers, and privates of the Frontier Battalion have, during that time, received orders from higher authority to exercise the power of peace officers. End of Section 45. Read by Gray Pickett, March 10th, 2022. Section 46 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. Appendix C. Report of Captain W.J. McDonald, commanding Company B, Ranger Force, September 1st, 1902 to August 31st, 1904. The Adjutant General, State of Texas. Sir, I have the honor to herewith enclose a report of the operations of Company B, Ranger Force, for 2 years ending August 31st, 1904. September 1902. Captain McDonald, with Privates Blanton, Ryan, and Taylor, scouted to Hutchinson County from Amarillo. Private Taylor arrested James Newland for assault and murder and turned him over to Sheriff Randall. Sergeant McCauley and Private Delling were ordered to Newland County on a scout and escorted a party of surveyors who had been run out of pastures with Winchesters and protected them from violence. Captain McDonald with Privates Blanton and Taylor went to Columbus to carry Gregorio Cortez to Carnes County District Court, his life being threatened by a mob. It was necessary to secure 2 men from Company C and guard the jail in which he was placed. By order of the district judge, we carried him back to Columbus and put him in jail there. Captain McDonald arrested S. Harvard for theft of a bale of cotton valued at $25.20 and put him in jail at Quanah. October 1902. I went to Norman, O.T. to appear in cases against horse thieves previously caught by me for theft of horses. Accompanied by Private Taylor and Ryan, I went to Eagle Lake to investigate the attempted assassination of W.T. Elridge and to protect Mr. Elridge from further violence, and succeeded in finding out who did the shooting. Privates Blanton, Warrant, and Ryan scouted Oldham, Moore, Hutchinson, Roberts, Hemphill, Wheeler, Gray, and Carson counties during the month, locating cow thieves reported to be in that section. Sergeant McCauley assisted Sheriff Johnson in carrying a crazy man to the asylum at Austin, Texas. During this month, 2,600 miles were scouted and traveled. November 1902. Accompanied by Privates Ryan and Taylor, I attended District Court at Richmond, where trouble was anticipated in connection with the attempt to assassinate Mr. Elridge. I went to Texline in Clayton, New Mexico, to investigate cattle stealing. December 1902. With Privates Blanton and Kenton, I took Will Carr, who had turned state's evidence on the county clerk, cattle inspectors, and others in Hutchinson County, to Lipscomb County to District Court, where one of the cases had been transferred. By order of the governor of the state, Company B was ordered to Fort Hancock on the Rio Grande, which was made headquarters instead of Amarillo. January 1903. Private Smith scouted to Alpine, to Santiago, and to Comstock. Arrested Joe Hammond for murder and delivered him to the sheriff at Alpine. Also arrested a man for theft. February 1903. Private Smith and Taylor arrested a man at Sanderson for burglarizing Lockhampton Ranch. He recovered the stolen property and turned it over to the owner. He turned the burglar over to the sheriff of the county. Sergeant McCauley and Private Ryan arrested Joe Jones, wanted at Pecos for forgery, and turned him over to the sheriff of the county. The money in his possession was secured and turned over to the sheriff of the county, and the defendant sent to the penitentiary at once. Privates Bean and Blanton scouted to Shafter and guarded the money for the mines. I assisted the local officials of El Paso several times during the month, and went to Magnum O.T. as witnesses to assist in the prosecution of Sid Woodring, Frank Woodring, and others for stealing my horses. These men were followed by me from the line of Collinsworth County to Cleveland County O.T. and caught with the horses. They were sent to the penitentiary for the theft. March 1903. Sergeant McCauley and Privates Bean and Blanton scouted on 2 trips to Shafter and Marfa and up around the Rio Grande in search for the notorious Bill Taylor, the train robber and murderer, and who had broken jail on several occasions. But he escaped into Mexico. Privates Taylor and Smith scouted to Sanderson and assisted the constable in preventing trouble at a trial in court, where a defendant, a sheriff, had killed the justice of the peace. Private Taylor, at the request of the sheriff, had went with him to El Paso to bring George McLaughlin, who was charged with rape, to Alpine Court. He also assisted in the arrest of a man for rape, one for horse theft, and one for murder, and put them on trial. Many scouts were made along the river in search of cow and horse thieves during the month. April 1903. I assisted the officers and went with the sheriff of Pecos County to locate a man, but he escaped into Mexico. Sergeant McCauley and Private Bean arrested 2 men for theft of wood and one for theft of a horse. Sergeant McCauley assisted the sheriff in arresting a man for threatening to take life. Privates Delling and Ryan scouted to Valentine and assisted in following horse thieves, but the thieves escaped into Mexico. They recovered 1 stolen horse and returned it to owner. Private Smith arrested a man for assault and went to Sanderson to investigate the attempted burning of a hotel. He He also went to Del Rio to look after several horse-stealing cases. Private Taylor went with Inspector Cook on a scout, looking for stolen cattle. May 1903. I assisted in bringing to justice Gil Bryce, a Mexican, charged with killing a lawyer named Tusselman several years ago, who had escaped at Fort Hancock while shackled. Privates Ryan and Bean were sent to Sanderson to investigate the killing of a justice of the peace and another man. Private Taylor arrested Thomas Chapis for attempted murder and succeeded in getting him in jail. Arrested R.C. McMahon for killing of Mr. Bob Smith, a justice of the peace, and Charles Reed for lunacy. June 1903. Private Ryan scouted down the river and to Sanderson. Sergeant McCauley scouted with and assisted river guards. Private Bean scouted from Sanderson in pursuit of a Mexican wanted in Tom Green County for attempt to rape. Scouted to Sanderson and arrested Tom Brown for killing Mr. Morris, the operator. Private Delling scouted to Furlingen and investigated some cattle stealing. July 1903. Privates Bean and Dunningway scouted 4 days down the river looking for stolen cattle. They arrested 3 Mexicans for shooting at Fort Hancock. Privates Delling and Ryan scouted to Sanderson to prevent trouble between factions and to Fort Stockton to be present at the examining trial of McManahan, who was charged with murder, as trouble was expected. They also arrested a man charged with rape. August 1903. Sergeants McCauley and Private Bean scouted in the northern part of El Paso County, looking after cattle and horse thieves. Private Dunaway arrested John McCain while he was in the act of robbing a T&P caboose. Private Taylor scouted during the month. Various other scouts were made during the month. September 1903. By order of General Hulin, I took Private Dunaway and went to Marfa to investigate an attack made on L.N. Holbert, county attorney. Mr. Holbert had been taken from a hotel by a mob and seriously beaten. I found who the guilty parties were and brought Mr. Holbert to go before the grand jury to prosecute them, but through fear he begged off from the district attorney and wanted the matter dropped. I made an investigation of some whitecappers and furnished the grand jury with evidence of same. 1 man was indicted. By order of General Holland, Sergeant McCauley and Private Dunaway went to Eagle Pass to assist in the quarantine regulations and guarded the river until the quarantine was raised. Accompanied by Sergeant McCauley, I went with Deputy Sheriff Kenton to capture a man, but failed to get him out of Mexico. Several scouts were made to Sanderson and Fort Stockton to assist the officers. Private Bean arrested 2 Mexicans for carrying pistols and carried them to jail by order of the Justice of the Peace. Privates Delling and Ryan arrested 2 Mexicans for disturbing the peace. Private Taylor went to Columbus as witness in the Cortez case. Privates Delling and Smith went with Sheriff Walton to assist him in his county for several days. October 1903. Sergeant McCauley and Private Dunaway were still on quarantine service at Eagle Pass. Private Dunaway arrested a Mexican for running a night watchman from his duty and put him in jail. Privates Ryan and Bean arrested a man for burglarizing Finley Ranch and recovered the property stolen and turned it over to its owner. The man was put in jail at El Paso. Private Smith assisted the sheriff and scouted with him over the county, and then went to Marfa and assisted officers there. Sergeant McCauley and Private Dunaway returned from Eagle Pass, where they have been on duty for several months. Private Bean scouted after outlaws during the month. Private Ryan went to Fort Stockton to attend the district court, and went to Sanderson to do some work for the sheriff and serving some papers. Privates Taylor, Smith, and Delling carried prisoners from Fort Stockton to Marfa for safekeeping. Privates Smith, Taylor, and Delling attended district court in Del Rio. December 1903. By order of General Holland, I went to Walker County to look after parties who waylaid and assassinated Bob James in Kitterell's Cutoff on December 4th. I arrived there on the 12th, and on the 13th and 14th arrested Buck Shaw, Henry Shaw, P. Clark, and Jim Alston as being implicated in the murder, carried them to Huntsville, and had them put in the penitentiary for safekeeping. Held a court of inquiry before Judge Cox, a justice of the peace, every few days. On the 24th, Buck Shaw, the leader of the gang, had an examining trial and was held without bail. Charles Rhoda was tried on the 29th and held without bail. The defendants then sued out writs of habeas corpus before District Judge Smithers. Alston was allowed bail in the sum of $1,500. Private Delling arrived in the Cutoff on the 16th and has been assisting me since in the cases. Private Delling assisted in arresting 2 men for theft of cattle. Private Bean killed the Negro porter in El Paso for knocking him down with his iron poker and was promptly acquitted in district court at El Paso in January. Sergeant Macaulay went to Marfa to investigate some stealing there and then went to investigate the killing of William Johnson. January 1904. I, together with Private Delling, went to Gorgen and Livingston to look after some witnesses. I went after a bad Negro for Sheriff Brooks. The Negro was armed with a shotgun, and considerable shooting occurred. After the Negro ran out, he shot at me, and I wounded him in the side. Went to Huntsville to attend habeas corpus trial of the murders of Bob James, which resulted in holding Shaw, Rhoda, and Clark without bail. Assisted Sheriff Brooks in arresting a bad Negro wanted for robbing. Scouted in Houston, Trinity, Walker counties during the month, continually. Private Delling went to Polk County and arrested 4 men for theft of hogs and put them in jail at Huntsville. Sergeant Macaulay arrested C. Marsden for murder. Sergeant Macaulay, Privates Ryan and Bean scouted to Love's Ranch to stop an invasion of Mexicans who were coming after parties charged with murder on this side. February 1904. I went to Crockett after attached witnesses. Private Stelling arrested a man in the cutoff for theft of hogs. I was ordered to Groveton by Adjutant General Holland for the purpose of investigating the murder of an old lady, Touchstone, who was murdered for her land and money and thrown out the door for the hogs to eat. After investigation, I found her throat had been cut and that she had been killed outright. Assisted by Private Delling, I arrested Ab Engel, who had run off as principal, and 5 others as accomplices. These parties were indicted by the grand jury. I caught one of them over the line of Arkansas while running away and put him in the pen at Henderson. Private Delling arrested a man in the cutoff for horse theft and put him in jail at Groveton. Private Dunaway arrested a man for robbing a camp. Private Bean arrested 5 Mexicans for disturbing the peace, and 1 man for assault to murder. Privates Taylor and Smith attended district court at Marfa. Privates Smith and Dunaway were ordered to Groveton to assist me in holding down the toughs of East Texas. Private Ryan attended district court at Amarillo, attended district court at Huntsville, assisted the sheriff in handling prisoners. Private Stelling arrested 3 men for shooting up the town. He also arrested 1 who was charged with adultery in the cutoff, and 1 for waylaying and shooting 2 men at Phelps with a shotgun. Private Dunaway arrested a man for carrying a pistol at Groveton, and 2 men for conspiring to kill Abe Hyman, the only eyewitness in the murder of Dr. Gary, and another man at Groveton. One of the men had fixed a plan to make the others believe that Abe Hyman was going to do him some violence and succeeded in getting him to get a shotgun in order to kill Abe Hyman. Private Dunaway took the gun and landed both men in jail. The accused man admitted the whole truth. One of these men was made constable, deputy sheriff, and jailer as soon as he was released from jail. The other was run off at once, but I have sworn statements of the facts. Private Dunaway arrested a man for burglary and rape and put him in jail. Private Taylor arrested a man at Sanderson for stealing cattle. Private Taylor was ordered to report to me at Groveton. Private Dunaway arrested a man for carrying a pistol, put him in jail, but the sheriff released him soon after, pretending he was an assistant of his. April 1904. I carried 2 of the accomplices in the Touchstone murder from Huntsville to Groveton. By order of the Adjutant General, I went to Leon County to investigate the murder of Tummins, who was waylaid and killed. 2 men were arrested at the house of the murderer and put under $5,000 bond, but the grand jury failed to find a bill against them. They then began shooting into houses and had the people considerably disturbed. With Private Delling, I arrested them and held them without bail at the examining trial and also in habeas corpus trial. I was ordered to San Jacinto County to investigate lawlessness there, especially in wire cutting, but found some of the wire cutters on the grand jury, and it was the opinion of the district and county attorney that we would do no good under existing circumstances, and nothing was accomplished there. Private Dunaway arrested a man for assault to rape. Assisted by Privates Dunaway and Delling, I arrested 4 persons charged with murder. They had previously been arrested for being accomplices in the Touchstone murder. I arrested a man for theft of a horse. Sergeant Macaulay scouted in different counties on the Rio Grande and investigated the stealing of horses. I went to Waverly to investigate the poisoning of a well and cistern, but decided it was done by the parties themselves in order to accuse others of it. I went to Palestine to assist the sheriff in hanging a Negro charged with rape. Private Delling went to Leon County to investigate the murder of Bob Blackwell and succeeded in securing the required evidence. He attended the examining trial of 2 men charged with the murder, who were held without bail. Privates Smith and Dunaway arrested a man for attempting to murder A.A. Smith and put him in jail. They also arrested the same man for carrying a pistol. Private Ryan arrested 2 Mexicans for stealing sheep in El Paso County and another for stealing wool. June 1904. Private Delling and myself scouted in Kitterell's Cutoff, Houston and Trinity counties. I went to Comstock, made a scout on Devil's River to El Paso and to Fort Hancock. Sergeant McCauley arrested a man for embezzlement and started to jail with him at El Paso, but he escaped by jumping out of a window while the train was in motion. Sergeant McCauley and Private Ryan arrested 2 Mexicans for theft of horses and saddles, recovered the property, and returned the same to its owners. Private Ryan attempted to arrest a man for theft of cattle and had a running fight and wounded him. He escaped across the river. Private Dunaway arrested a man and put him in jail for carrying a pistol. Privates Delling and Smith went to Centerville to court to prevent trouble between citizens there when a malicious prosecution was filed against him. Private Delling arrested a man for carrying a pistol in the cutoff. July 1904. Accompanied by Privates Delling and Wilcox, I went to Oakwood to investigate train robbing of the INGN. We captured 2 of the men without a doubt. They were put in jail at Palestine and identified by the conductor as the 2 men who came into the sleeper, and the only 2 tracks that led up to where the express packages were torn open fitted theirs. They afterward admitted them to be their tracks. While we made a strong case against them, the influence of the officers and others was too strong to find any bills. I would like to have space to add in this report the testimony taken at the examining trial. August 1904. I went to Groveton to attend court and carried Ab Angle before the grand jury, but he failed to testify as he had been persuaded not to do so. I arrested a man for being implicated in train robbery, but he proved an alibi and was released. Private Delling went to Centerville to district court. Sergeant McCauley recovered 6 stolen horses and turned them over to the owners. He arrested 4 Mexicans for theft of cattle. Very respectfully, W.J. McDonald, Commanding Company B, Ranger Force. Table showing results of operations of the Ranger Force from September 1st, 1902 to August 31st, 1904. Commander of Company A, Captain J. A. Brooks. Arrests made: murder, 26. Assault to murder, 28. Aggravated assault, 5. Horse, cattle, and other theft, 43. Swindling, embezzlement, and forgery, 15. Carrying concealed weapons, 17. Seduction, 2. Escape convicts captured, 2. Minor offenses, 206. Total arrests, 344. Scouts, 140. District courts assisted, 19. Engagements with criminals, 3. Persons killed in resisting arrest, 2. Escorts, 3. Rangers killed in the line of duty, 1. Rangers wounded in the line of duty, 1. Horses and cattle recovered and returned to owners, 362. Miles traveled in discharge of duty, 47,834. Commander of Company B, W. J. McDonald. Arrests made: murder, 31. Assault to murder, 19. Aggravated assault, 4. Horse, cattle, and other theft, 37. Swindling, embezzlement, and forgery, 2. Robbery and burglary, 12. Mail and train robbery, 3. Rape and adultery, 6. Carrying concealed weapons, 23. Minor offenses, 35. Total arrests, 172. Scouts, 205. District courts assisted, 25. Jail guards, 15. Other assistants to civil authorities, 30. Escorts, 5. Horses and cattle recovered and returned to owners, 28. Miles traveled in the discharge of duty, 74,537. Commander of Company C, J. H. Rogers. Arrests made: murder, 8. Assault to murder, 3. Aggravated assault, 4. Swindling, embezzlement, and forgery, 2. Robbery and burglary, 17. Mail and train robbery, 1. Perjury, 4. Rape and adultery, 1. Carrying concealed weapons, 10. Minor offenses, 36. Total arrests, 86. Scouts, 81. District courts assisted, 16. Jail guards, 13. Other assistant to civil authority, 12. Engagements with criminals, 1. Persons killed in resisting arrest, 1. Horse and cattle recovered and returned to owners, 21. Miles traveled in discharge of duty, 57,347. Commander of Company D, Captain John R. Hughes. Arrests made. Murder, 5. Assault to murder, 6. Horse, cattle, and other theft, 39. Swindling, embezzlement, and forgery, 4. Robbery and burglary, 1. Perjury, 1. Rape and adultery, 7. Smuggling, 27. Seduction, 1. Minor offenses, 75. Total arrests, 166. Scouts, 204. District Courts assisted, 16. Number of days of quarantine guard, 224. Other assistance to civil authority, 20. Horses and cattle recovered and returned to owners, 168. Miles traveled in discharge of duty, 45,839. Totals. Arrests made. Murder, 70. Assault to murder, 56. Aggravated assault, 3. Horse, cattle, and other theft, 119. Swindling, embezzlement, and forgery, 23. Robbery and burglary, 30. Mail and train robbery, 4. Perjury, 5. Rape and adultery, 4. Smuggling, 27. Carrying concealed weapons, 50. Seduction, 3. Escaped convicts captured, 2. Minor offenses, 352. Total arrests, 768. Scouts, 630. District Courts assisted, 76. Number of days of quarantine guard, 224. Jail guards, 28. Other assistance to civil authority, 62. Engagements with criminals, 4. Persons killed in resisting arrest, 3. Escorts, 8. Rangers killed in the line of duty, 1. Rangers wounded in the line of duty, 1. Horses and cattle recovered and returned to owners, 579. Miles traveled in discharge of duty, 225,557. End of section 46. Read by Gray Pickett on March 14th, 2022. Section 47 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. Appendix D. Report of an investigation made by Herbert J. Brown, employed by the War Department in conjunction with Captain W. G. Baldwin, with a view of learning what happened at Brownsville, Texas, on the 13th and 14th of August, 1906. Sir, I have the honor to submit the following report relative to the investigation of the Brownsville raid. Ex-Private Boyd Conyers of Company B, 25th Infantry, now at Monroe, Georgia, told William Lawson, a detective in the employ of Captain William G. Baldwin of Roanoke, Virginia, that he and 3 or 4 other men of the 25th Infantry were leaders in the Brownsville raid. This information was obtained at different dates during the month of June, 1908. See Exhibit A. I submit the affidavit as presented. There are certain discrepancies of a minor character due to the fact that Lawson is illiterate and had to depend on his memory for details. But it should be borne in mind that Lawson was unacquainted with the details of the Brownsville raid and was given information which could have come only from one familiar with the secret history of the affair. Lawson's first report included the names of Conyers, John Holloman, John Brown, and, quote, another man, unquote. Subsequently, he supplied the name of James Powell, but I think the original name given was that of Robert L. Collier, Company C, one of the relief guard. This information was corroborated in the presence of witnesses, but before Lawson could finish his work, Conyers became suspicious and would give no other evidence incriminating himself. From then on, he furnished to A. H. Baldwin, Captain W. G. Baldwin, and to myself information piecemeal and reluctantly. The name of Carolina de Saussure, his bunkmate, was the last one obtained. Conyers tried to commit suicide after he found out they had made his statements to a detective, declaring that the other Negroes would kill him when it got out. He finally wrote to Senator Foraker and received a reply, a copy of which is annexed. That reply he construed to mean that he should stick to his original story told before the Senate committee at all hazards, and there he stands. I have every reason to believe that his confession is genuine and gives for the first time the true secret history of the Brownsville raid. The list of participants given in this report Conyers furnished me personally. I believe it is substantially correct, but with the influence shown to be backing Conyers to adhere to his false testimony given before the Senate committee still being exerted, he cannot be relied upon to support his own confession until it is thoroughly sustained from other sources. Evidences of similar encouragement to stick to the lies told at Brownsville and before the Senate committee were found in many places, and subsequent to the date of the Foraker letter, they became stronger and more obstructive than ever. The investigation has been conducted with strict recognition of the advisability of preserving secrecy and with discretion. No promises of immunity were made. The knowledge on the part of the ex-soldiers that the government could not punish them after their separation from the service, coupled with the belief that by preserving silence they would aid in the passage of the relief legislation now pending in Congress, has added to the difficulty of securing information. The issue has evidently become racial. The colored detectives would be confronted frequently in the smaller towns where these men are living with a demand from colored men for information as to their business. We have located over 130 of these ex-soldiers and have been in 30 states in quest of information. The appendices give statements as to the results obtained. They indicate a general knowledge on the part of ex-soldiers that the raid came from inside the fort, and that the soldiers of Company B were the guilty parties. We earnestly urge that we be permitted to continue the investigation. Several detectives are still in the field, and within the coming week, a number of affidavits will be forthcoming. With some repetition of matter appearing later in the report, Boyd Conyers' story is given here in narrative form. Report of T.B. Skidmore. Quote, the rumors of trouble over the assignment of colored troops to Brownsville were circulated before the troops left Fort Niobrara, and preparations were made among the men to, quote, get even with the crackers, unquote, so the whites were called. Some cartridges were held out at the range practice, but more en route to Brownsville. Pretense was made that they were given away at stations along the road. Some were, but a large number were secreted. At the inspection in Brownsville, Lieutenant Laresson, Company B, threatened punishment to the men who were short on ammunition, but nothing was done about it, and the deficiency was supplied. The friction with citizens of Brownsville began at once. In Boyd Conyers' language, whiskey made all the trouble. If we hadn't been drinking, we wouldn't have had the nerve to shoot up the town. It was agreed, at a gathering of a few men in the saloon in Allison, the colored ex-soldier, on the morning of August 13, 1906, that the raid should take place that night at 12 o'clock. It seems to have been delayed a few minutes to let Tamayo, the Mexican scavenger, get away from the B barracks. John Holloman, the moneylender of Company B, was the chief conspirator and leader in the raid and custodian and distributor of the cartridges, but his plans could not have been carried out had not Sergeant George Jackson of Company B, in charge of the keys of the gun racks in B barracks, and Sergeant Reed, in command of the guards, cooperated both before and after the raid. The 4 men who had led the raid were John Holloman, John Brown, Boyd Conyers, and Carolina de Saussure, all of Company B, and probably R.L. Collier of Company C. Holloman was in the barracks, Brown in the bake shop, Conyers and de Saussure in the guardhouse. The 2 latter were in the same detail, and had been relieved at about 11 o'clock, de Saussure on the post at the guardhouse, and Conyers on number 2, around the barracks and facing the town. Holloman got the party together. Conyers and de Saussure slept on the same bunk in the guardhouse, claiming that they wanted to get under the mosquito net, and they had the trick of taking their guns in the bunk instead of placing them in the open rack, on the excuse that they didn't rust so badly under cover. But really, so the absence of the guns from the open guardhouse rack would not attract attention, and their own absence would be ascribed to a visit to the closet, which was back of the guardhouse. These 2 men slipped out of the rear door of the guardhouse, passed through the sallyport, and joined Holloman and Brown. The party crossed the wall of the fort down near the end of A barracks, went up the roadway to the entrance to the Cohen alley, where the signal shots were fired. These shots were immediately tallied onto by the alarm shots of Joseph B. Howard, guard on number 2, and formed the series testified to by Mrs. Katie E. Leahy of Brownsville. Her testimony is further borne out by the statement that not over 30 seconds elapsed before a number of men of Company B swarmed out on the upper gallery and opened the fusillade on the town. It is an absolute certainty that it would have been impossible for Sergeant Jackson to have opened the gun racks, for the men to have assembled, secured their guns, loaded them, gone out to the gallery, and started firing, all after the first shot was fired, all aroused, as they testified unanimously, from sound slumber in less than 2 minutes, in the confusion of a dark barrack room. Beyond the possibility of a doubt, the racks had been opened and the inside conspirators were ready to pour out on the signal shots. The testimony is ample that there were scarcely 20 seconds between the last of the signal shots and the first general volley from B barracks. The number firing from the barracks is unknown, but perhaps 20 men were involved. A smaller number went to the ground and followed the leaders up the alley. It will be remembered that one of the witnesses testified to hearing some one of the group of soldiers exclaim, "There they go," whereupon these men leaped over the wall and ran up the alley. Boyd Conyers is the man whose gun jammed at the exit of the alley by the Cohen house, testified to by Herbert Elkins, and it was taken from him by de Saussure and fixed in the street where the light from the street lamp at the corner of Elizabeth Street shone on them. Less than 5 minutes elapsed from the time the first shot was fired until these men were all back inside the fort. Conyers stated that Reed was told that they were going to shoot up the town, and he laughed and said, "Don't go out there and let the crackers get the best of you." When Conyers and de Saussure reached the guardhouse, they ran in the back way and got into their bunks. Sergeant Reed came in and swore at them, but Conyers was so excited and out of breath that he could hardly stand, so Reed stationed him at the rear of the guardhouse in the dark, where he could not be scrutinized so closely. Holloman came around with extra cartridges about daybreak, and Reed passed them out. The guns were all cleaned before daylight. End quote. This day personally appeared before me, William Lawson, who, being duly sworn, deposes and says, quote, "On June 5th, 1908, I was sent to Monroe, Georgia, to interview Boyd Conyers, one of the soldiers who was stationed at Brownsville, Texas, in August 1906. I was sent by Mr. Baldwin to get in with Conyers and ascertain if he knew who did the shooting at that point. I was not given the names of any of the members of either of the companies stationed at the point, nor was I given any other information, except the fact that a shooting occurred at the time and place above mentioned, and that Boyd Conyers was suspected of knowing who did same. I arrived at Monroe, Georgia, on June 5th, and stopped at the home of Esther Cruz, colored. I met Boyd Conyers, who is known as Buddy Conyers, on the morning of June 6th, but had very little conversation with him, but was introduced to him as an old soldier. On the morning of June 8th, between 8 and 9 o'clock, I met Conyers about halfway between the station house and Main Street. We talked some 20 or 25 minutes. I broached the Brownsville case and mentioned the fact that the soldiers had shown their good sense by keeping their mouths while at Washington. I then asked him what the motive was for the shooting. He told me that the crackers at Brownsville had made threats that they would have no Negro soldiers at Brownsville, and that the soldiers had made it up in their minds that if they bothered them, that they would go in and clean up the ground. He also said that they mentioned this to Sergeant Reed, who was the commander of the guards, and that Reed said, "All that I have to say is to take care of yourselves and the boys when you go down there." S.H. Parker, whose home is in Charleston, South Carolina, was present and heard the same conversation. About then, a gentleman called Conyers came to clean some clothes, and Conyers left, and nothing further was said about the matter at the time. I was with Conyers nearly every day, and went to Gainesville, Georgia, on an excursion with him on the 15th of June. I did not mention the Brownsville matter to Conyers again until the 29th of June, when I returned from Atlanta, having gone there on June 27th. On this date, I met him at Joe Blassingame's and had a pint bottle of liquor, offered him a drink. He would not drink in the house, but we went up the street and we stopped under a storehouse porch near Main Street. We took a drink or two, and I started the Brownsville case again. He told me that he was doing guard duty at the time of the shooting at Brownsville, and was stationed at the outlet towards the town. He said that when the guard was called the night of the shooting, they mentioned to Sergeant Reed what had occurred downtown, and he said, "Boys, if you're not satisfied, you'll have to go and get satisfied," and they remarked that they were going to get satisfaction that night. Reed then laughed and said, "Boys, don't you go down there and let them get the best of you." He then assigned the guard and went away. In this conversation, Conyers told me that John Brown, J.H. Holloman, and a man named Powell, and several others, came down where he was on guard, and that they went downtown and just gave them hell, and after they shot out all their cartridges, they ran back to the barracks, and when they got back to the barracks, they found that the alarm had been sounded, and the officers were calling the roll. Holloman, Brown, and themselves were late for roll call, but that someone answered for Brown and Holloman, but that he was late, and that Reed had told him they had gotten themselves and himself in a hell of a hole, and told him to go to the guardhouse and pretend to be asleep, which he did. He told me they had slipped a few cartridges when at target practice, and that before inspection, after the shooting, Reed gave him some cartridges to replace the ones he had used. He further said that they had agreed before they went out that they would keep their mouths, and that he would have told them at the investigation at Washington all about the shooting, but he was afraid. I had no further talk with Conyers because I saw that I was being suspected by the Negroes around Monroe, Georgia. William Lawson. End quote. Witnesses: H.J. Brown, George W. Mattert, District of Columbia, SS. Subscribed and sworn to before me a notary public in and for the district aforesaid, this 16th day of October, A.D. 1908. Seal: George W. Mattert, Notary Public. This day personally appeared before me Herbert J. Brown of Washington, D.C., who, being duly sworn in, deposes and says, quote, I was employed by the War Department in May 1908 in company with Captain William G. Baldwin of Roanoke, Virginia, Chief of the Baldwin Detective Agency, to investigate the conduct of the battalion of the 25th Infantry stationed at Brownsville, Texas, which conduct resulted in the Brownsville raid, so called, on the night of August 13th through 14th, 1906, wherein one Frank Natus was killed, Lieutenant of Police Dominguez badly wounded, and the houses of several citizens were shot into. Captain Baldwin has charge of the secret work for the Norfolk and Western Railway, the Chesapeake and Ohio Railway, the Southern Railway, and the Atlantic Coast Line, and is one of the best known and most responsible detectives in the country. In conjunction with him, I have been continually employed upon this work since its inception in May. The facts set forth in my report addressed to General George B. Davis, Judge Advocate General, War Department, under date of December 5th, 1908, are true to the best of my knowledge and belief. In particular, I visited Monroe, Georgia, to corroborate the investigation at that point of William Lawson, a colored detective in the employ of Captain Baldwin, whose affidavit and reports are annexed and to be made part of my report of December 5th, 1908, above referred to. I have several interviews at Monroe with Boyd Conyers, ex-private of Company B, 25th Infantry, one of the guard on the night of the Brownsville raid, and found that William Lawson's statement regarding Conyers were substantially and essentially correct. I personally obtained from Conyers further information detailing how the cartridges used in the raid were surreptitiously and illegally obtained and distributed, how the principal raiders proceeded, when and by whom the gun racks in Company B were unlawfully and secretly opened for the purpose of the raid, how the raiders were protected during the subsequent to the raid and given opportunity to clean their guns, and, in particular, was furnished by Conyers with the names of 8 participants in the raid other than the 3 named by him in his statements to William Lawson, a total of 11, including himself, the said Conyers, all members of Company B, 25th Infantry. The leaders of the raid, as named by Boyd Conyers, were John Holloman, John Brown, Caroline de Saussure, and himself. Following them were William Anderson, James Bailey, Charles E. Cooper, William Lemons, Henry Jimerson, James Rastus Johnson, and Henry Sonny Jones. Sergeant Reed, in charge of the guard, was accused by Conyers of knowledge before and after the raid. Sergeant George Jackson, in charge of the keys to the gun racks of Company B, was accused of opening the racks for the raiders, and of again opening them subsequent to the raid in order that the guns might be removed and cleaned. I found Boyd Conyers in a disturbed frame of mind. No claim is made that his original declarations to William Lawson's were other than that of a criminal boasting to one of his own race of his crime and his success in escaping discovery. His subsequent declarations to me were given partly during moments of contrition and in a desire to unload his conscience by a confession, and partially as the result of careful and persistent questioning. I found the effect of the letter from Sergeant Foraker to Conyers extremely obstructive. He seemed to regard it as a mandate to adhere to the false story told by him before the Senate Committee on Military Affairs, and as absolving him of any and all obligations to aid in uncovering the truth. Similar influences were encountered at many points, adding largely to the difficulty of obtaining admissions of even the most obvious facts relative to the raid. End quote. Subscribed and sworn to before me on this 9th day of December, 1908. Seal, J.B. Randolph, Notary Public. End of section 47. Read by Gray Pickett, March 31st, 2022. Section 48 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform, by Albert Bigelow Paine. Appendix E. Report of T.B. Skidmore, Presiding Judge of Election, Precinct No. 1, Rio Grande City, November 1906. Rio Grande City, Texas, 11/12/1906. The Honorable John R. Holland, Adjutant General, City. Sir, as the presiding judge for this precinct, No. 1, of Starr County, Texas, at the late general election held in this city on the 6th day of November, 1906, in the upstairs room at the courthouse, used by the district judge as the courtroom, permit me to make the following report of the proceedings had that day. Having had no call nor communication from the Republicans of this place for representation among the 4 clerks of the election, subject to appointment by the presiding officer, they had already been named, taking care that one man who had theretofore voted the Republican ticket was chosen, and also one man whom I knew to favor Mr. Gregorio Duffy, the ruling spirit locally of the opposition to the Democrats. Also, having heard ugly rumors of threats accredited to the Republicans, I had notified 18 law-abiding citizens to be present at the polls as early as 7:30 a.m. on the 6th of November, 1906, then and there to take the oath of office and act as the peace officers during the election. Of these, only 12, I think, appeared and were sworn in. As soon as the election judges assembled, they and those of the peace officers present and the supervisors were sworn in. At this point, the presiding officer stepped to the front door, and noting that a body of armed men on horseback and afoot had assembled on the outside of the 100-foot limit from the polling place, asked who had dared come to the polls thus armed, and was told they were the Republican voters. Immediately, Mr. F.W. Seabury called me to the foot of the first flight of steps and introduced me to a Mr. Krieger, who, after replying that the armed men outside were Jose Piña's peace officers, demanded representation among the clerks of election. I told him that all parties had representation, but when he insisted on some of the names he suggested, it being agreed to by the person, I put Domingo L. Garza in the place of the Duffy representative I had called to act as clerk. From the names Mr. Krieger suggested as inside officer, I also chose Mr. Jose Piña, believing that by having him under my direction, the agreement between Mr. Seabury and the presiding judge on the one hand, and Mr. Krieger on the other, that the voters should come up the stairs in pairs, one Democrat and one Republican together, could best be maintained, for the reason that the said Jose Piña had been the agency who, through his magisterial capacity incident to him as county commissioner for his precinct, had appointed the 40 peace officers that Mr. Krieger said the Republicans had at hand to preserve the peace and ensure a fair and quiet election. Thereupon, Mr. Garza and Mr. Piña and the balance of the peace officers called by the presiding judge were sworn in, and word reaching me that threats of breaking in the front door below were being made by the Republican crowd outside, the janitor was ordered to open it. The polls were declared open, and the timepiece set at 8:00 a.m. During the course of the first half hour, possibly it was that long, the agreement of pairing the voters coming up to vote was observed. Then, noting that for some minutes nearly all the voters had been Republicans, inside peace officer Jose Piña was directed to see why there was no Democrats coming in. On his return, he told me it would be all right, and there were no Democrats at the door just then, but another of my deputies from below in response to my call came up and told me the Republicans had taken possession of the staircase and lower door and would only let such Democrats in as forced their way by them at the peril of their own lives. At the end of about 2 hours, the disorder became so great that repeated demand had to be made on Mr. Jose Pina and the other inside officers to regulate the people outside the rail. On seeing that even Mr. Pina could not control his Republican friends, I had to threaten the crowd with closing the polls if they did not preserve order, and remain in line instead of filling the area outside the railing to such extent as to threaten to tear it loose from the floor. Immediately after the fourth threat of this kind, I was informed and could see from the faces of the crowd that only trouble would ensure if I tried that method to handle them. So I let them have their own way, and thereafter they did break the railing supports loose from the floor. Thereafter, I repeatedly called on Mr. Juan Hinojosa, the Republican challenger, to enforce order and refuse to receive any more votes until his people should get into line. On entering the polling place, my only object was to see that a fair election should take place, and I do not think that I neglected any precaution to have it so. I repeatedly sent word to my peace officers below, after about 10:30 a.m., to clear the stairs and lower corridor of all who had already voted, but none of them could be found generally, and when one was found, he would send back word that he could do nothing with the crowd and that Democratic voters were being turned away from the lower door and only Republican voters were being allowed to enter. I have since been told by the peace officers of the election that fear for their lives led them to desist from trying to enforce the entry of Democrats into the line going to the polls. I have also since learned that Democratic voters who were businessmen of the town left their places of business as many as 3 or 4 times and went to the polls to vote, but were denied entry by Mr. Pina's armed deputies and other Republicans and their sympathizers, and also that 4 desperate characters with Winchesters in their hands were picketed in front of the lower entrance to the courthouse, and that when asked if they were voters, Mr. Gregorio Duffy replied, "No, they are only some posts driven in the ground for there to be a rear guard to keep out the Democrats." Also, on examination of the certified list of poll taxpayers of this precinct after the election, I find that 126 of them did not vote, and nearly all were Democrats. Why, I have not had time yet to inquire, but you will note that this failure to vote bears out the statements of the peace officers appointed by the presiding judge. During the course of the election, 160 out of the 367 voters who deposited their ballots were sworn, and I believe that if the legal voters only of those 160 had been permitted to vote, and the Democrats of the 126 poll taxpayers who did not get the vote had been permitted to do so, that the majority would have stood about 40 in favor of the Democrats instead of 103 against them, as it did result. Permit me to explain in closing that I had reasons to believe that before the election that the Republicans intended to appear in force and with arms at the election, but, under the advice of Judge Welch, I had made no arrangements up to the evening before the election for peace officers of my appointing, but that, when I told him about 5:00 p.m. on November 5th that 30 or 40 strangers from Mexico were in town, Judge Welch told me to appoint whatever number I thought appropriate to guarantee a peaceable election, but especially admonished me not to have so many as to give the semblance of an armed force at the polls. Such being my course beforehand, I felt myself morally responsible for the lives of the men I had appointed as peace officers, and therefore never sent them any command during the day to use force in handling the crowd, and that they were all men of good enough sense to see the futility of such course is shown by the fact that they did not, in any instance, act arbitrarily. In conclusion, let me add that I had no interest to serve and none at stake in this election, and that my only interest now in submitting this report is to help, at best. I may, in maintaining the majesty of American law and the purity of the ballot box, and the sanctity of the elective franchise thereunder, to the utmost confines of this American Union. I am, sir, yours sincerely, T.B. Skidmore, late presiding judge of the election in Precinct No. 1 of Starr County, Texas, on November 6, 1906. Duffy has since been murdered. End of Section 48. Read by Gray Pickett, April 6, 2002. Section 49 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. Appendix F. portion of a message from Governor T.M. Campbell referring to recently enacted laws and their enforcement. Austin, January 14th, 1909. To the Senate and House of Representatives. As members of the 31st Legislature, you have each voluntarily undertaken an important task. Your duties are important and your responsibilities are serious. You have assembled under favorable conditions. The state treasury is on a cash basis. The state is generally prosperous, and the people are contented and happy. The law is supreme in Texas, and all the laws are now very generally enforced and obeyed. There is no substantial reason to doubt that the welfare of the state and the happiness of the people will be promoted by the intelligence of your work, and by your fidelity to the people with whom you made a covenant at the ballot box. You need make no serious mistakes, as the will of the people has been ascertained upon all important matters which demand the attention of the legislature at this time. Organized avarice, though in attempted disguise, can hardly be expected to override the popular will. Selfish interest and those seeking special advantages and exclusive privileges will have their ready advocates on every hand, and wholesome legislation heretofore enacted for the protection of the people will doubtless be assailed. A word of caution is therefore offered to the end that the chosen representative of a confiding constituency may be on his guard. It is not unlikely that designated forces have organized and will be maintained at the Capitol which will test the wisdom, integrity, and patriotism of this legislature. The laws enacted and the reforms wrought under the present administration in behalf of the great masses of the people of Texas have been under fire for nearly 2 years, and have repeatedly received the emphatic endorsement of the Democratic voters of our state, and have been approved and reaffirmed by the organized democracy and convention assembled. The platform of the opposition party demanded the repeal or modification of many of these important laws, and that party, its candidates, and its platform were repudiated and defeated by about 150,000 majority. Desperate efforts have been employed by sinister agencies to discredit these laws and to defeat the operation of these reforms, but the people have willed otherwise, and the laws have come to stay. Such changes as may be sought by the friends of the laws to strengthen them, and which may be dictated by experience, may, with propriety, be made, but these laws were demanded by the people. They were enacted by their trusted representatives, and in spirit and substance they should stand. They are just and right and ought to stand. The result of the recent political contests involving these laws and reforms strikingly demonstrate that the agencies of corrupt and sinister special interests cannot dominate and control in Texas. The patriotism of our people and the freedom of speech which obtains in Texas make it certain that our incorruptible electorate can safely be entrusted to uphold the public official who keeps the faith and redeems his pledges made to them. Those who have contended that modifications and exceptions in their interest should be made in the laws enacted by the last legislature might have placed their propositions upon the Democratic primary election ticket, and thus tested them at the ballot box, or they could have uncovered their schemes in the last Democratic convention, and these plans were suggested time and time again as open to them. This course was open under the law, but they chose rather to undertake the defeat of candidates who stood for these laws. In this they signally failed in every instance. The state Democratic Convention, following the lead of nearly all the county conventions, endorsed the laws as they stood, and placed the party candidates upon a platform committed to their perpetuation. The enemies of the legislation and reforms enacted by the last legislature chose to submit their demands for repeal, changes, and modifications thereof in the Republican state platform, which, of course, binds all representatives of that party faith. Democrats are bound by party action, by the verdict rendered at the polls, and by the platform made by its convention. The Democratic Platform Declaration with respect to the laws enacted during this administration is as follows. Quote, "We heartily endorse the acts of the 13th Legislature enacted in obedience to platform demands, and we rejoice at the emphatic endorsement given said laws and administration by the Democratic voters of Texas in the recent primary election." End quote. The measures of commanding importance enacted during the present administration are in the interest of justice, equality, good government, and decency. They have resulted in no harm or injustice to any man or to any legitimate business enterprise within the state. The truth of this statement has already been demonstrated, and any effort to emasculate, destroy, or weaken them would be a fraud upon the people and a betrayal of the Democratic Party. These laws became effective in the midst of a great national panic, and Texas has been and is in a better financial and economic condition today than any state in the Republic. To effect needed reforms and to check evil tendencies, laws were enacted by the last legislature to the following effect. 1. The keeping of gambling houses and exhibiting of gambling devices was made a felony. 2. The practice of drinking intoxicating liquors on railroad trains was prohibited. 3. A law passed requiring contests of local option elections to be promptly instituted and providing that otherwise the legality of such elections should be conclusively presumed. 4. Authority was granted district judges, on proper showing, to prevent by injunction the sale of intoxicating liquors in prohibition communities. 5. A tax of $5,000 was levied on express companies shipping intoxicating liquors into prohibition districts, the effect of which was to take the express companies out of the liquor and saloon business. 6. An effective bucket shop law which prohibits gambling in cotton and other futures, thereby guaranteeing against depression in the prices of the farmers' crops as a result of unnatural speculative or gambling transactions. 7. To encourage and promote agricultural development, a separate Department of Agriculture was created and has been organized and is at this time actively promoting, with the facilities at hand, our agricultural interests. 8. The occupation tax on useful occupations was repealed. 9. A law prohibiting the free pass evil was enacted. 10. A law against nepotism was passed. 11. Charter fees of corporations were increased in a just and fair amount. 12. The depository law enacted keeps in circulation state funds and the rates of interest secured yields a return largely in excess of the entire expenses of the state treasurer's office, and provides a handsome yield in interest on county funds heretofore deposited in banks without interest. 13. Laws increasing franchise taxes and gross receipts taxes and securing the listing, rendition, and assessment of the railway's intangible values for taxation were enacted, and their operation has resulted in shifting a large portion of the burden theretofore unjustly borne by the individual property taxpayers to those who had been evading and escaping taxation. 14. A mine inspection law for the protection of laborers engaged in mining business, a law against blacklisting, and a law lightening the labors of tradesmen, engineermen, and telegraph operators, and to protect the public, and other just laws, were passed for the benefit and protection of working men. 15. The law known as the Robertson Insurance Law, having for its object the better protection of the policyholders in Texas and to promote investments in our state, was passed. The practical operation of this law is to require the investment of 75% of the Texas Reserve of Life Insurance Companies doing business in Texas securities, and to require the deposit of such securities in the state treasury or other depository designated by the law. It is also provided that the deposit and investment features may be waived by the Commissioner of Insurance upon substantial showing under the terms and conditions of the law. 16. The full rendition law, as it is called, and the automatic tax law, having for their respective objects the rendition and assessment of all taxable property at its full value, greater uniformity, and the adjustment of the tax rates and tax burdens in keeping with the absolute requirements of the government. 17. A uniform textbook law, providing for the adoption of a uniform system of textbooks for all public free schools of the state was passed. 18. A law prohibiting the insolvent corporations from doing business in Texas was enacted. 19. A law prohibiting lobbying and many other useful laws were passed in the interest of the people. In the administration of the state government during the past 2 years, an earnest effort has been made by the executive and all other departments of the public service to give the people a clean, efficient, and economical government. That the full measure of our success may be ascertained, and the people were fully informed, the most careful and rigid investigation into the administration of every department of government, into the management of each state institution is invited and suggested. That the laws should be properly enforced upon all alike, no law-abiding man will deny. The Constitution provides that, quote, the governor shall cause the laws to be faithfully executed, end quote, and every means and power that could be appropriately exercised has been brought into requisition to meet this mandate of the Constitution. No one should be strong enough to escape the power of the law, and none too weak to receive its protection. The mandate of the Constitution is clear, and the duty of the governor with respect to enforcing the law is plain, but the governor's powers are not adequate, and adequate statutory powers, as contemplated by the Constitution, should be promptly provided by legislation suited to present conditions as well as for future contingencies. Obedience to all criminal laws should be a condition in liquor dealers' bonds, and jurisdiction for suits for breach thereof should be given to the district courts of Travis County. The transactions of the Treasury Department are set out in detail in the State Treasurer's annual report for the fiscal year ending in August 31st, 1908. The report, together with the tables accompanying the same, contain much useful information, and it is suggested that an examination of the same will be useful and profitable to the legislatures. At the beginning of this administration, the Comptroller estimated the deficit for the fiscal year ending in August 31st, 1907, to be approximately $300,000, and possibly more. However, as a result of careful and, we believe, efficient administration, aided by more efficient revenue legislation, the deficit was avoided, and the state has been able to meet all of its current obligations for the past 2 years, and at all times to maintain an adequate working surplus in the state treasury. Instead of a deficit, as predicted on August 31st, 1907, the state had met all of its obligations and had a cash balance of $692,612.81 to the credit of the general revenue, and at the close of the fiscal year, August 31st, 1908, after paying all claims when presented, the state had to the credit of the general revenue fund a balance of $888,985.61. To this very satisfactory financial condition was secured and has been maintained under the operation of the present tax system without additional tax burdens upon the individual property taxpayers. Interest theretofore escaping and property theretofore unrendered have been required under the new laws to contribute more to the support of the government, thereby lessening the burden upon those who were under the old laws bearing more than their just share. To illustrate, under the operation of the intangible tax law, $173,698,318 of intangible values of railways and bridge and ferry companies were listed for state and county taxes for the year 1908. The physical values of the railways increased under the new rendition law from $100,166,782 in 1906 to $157,822,790 in 1908. The intangible tax law and the full rendition law has been added to the tax rolls more than $250 million of railway and other corporate values theretofore escaping taxation. The credits of money of banks and bankers and of others than banks and bankers are not now being properly listed for taxation. Still, there has been a great improvement, as the tax rolls show that they were increased from $42,112,424 in 1906 to $80,717,825 in 1908, an increase of more than 91%. These are prominent illustrations of property values heretofore escaping, which, under the new laws, have contributed to the reduction of the ad valorem tax of 20 cents on the $100 in 1906 to the low rate of 6 1/4 cents on the $100 in 1908. The average tax rate in the counties throughout the state for 1906 was 55 cents on the $100. This average rate of 55 cents was reduced in 1908 to an average of 40 cents on the $100 for county purposes by the operation of the new laws. The individual citizens who have been paying taxes upon their homes and farms at a fair valuation will pay less taxes in 1908 in proportion to the value than they have paid for the support of the state government in any year since 1860. And as the receipts from other sources to the credit general revenue increases, the ad valorem tax rate for state purposes will be reduced in proportion. Under the operation of the tax laws of the last legislature, the property values in the tax rolls increased from $1,221,159,869 in 1906 to $2,174,122,480 in 1908. The amount of taxes paid in 1906 on the tax rate of 20 cents on the $100 amounted to $2,435,412.92, and in 1908, with a tax rate of 6 1/4 cents, the total tax amounts to $1,358,826.55, an increase in assessed values of $952,935,411, and a reduction of $1,076,586.37, and the total amount of ad valorem state taxes levied for 1908 as compared with 1906, and a much more equitable distribution of the taxes has been secured. The valuation of property assessed for taxes, the rates of the amounts of state ad valorem tax for the years 1906, 1907, and 1908 are as follows. 1906 valuation $1,221,259,869. Rate 20 cents. Amount of taxes $2,435,412.92. 1907 valuation $1,635,297,115. Rate 12.5 cents. Amount of taxes $2,040,625.58. 1908 valuation $2,174,122,480. Rate 6.25 cents. Amount of taxes $1,338,826.55. Receipts to the credit of the state's general revenue for the year 1906, 1907, and 1908 from special corporation taxes and from all other sources, not including the ad valorem taxes on tangible and intangible values, is shown below. $375,418.94 received from the United States government in 1906, not included. 1906 amount of receipts $1,826,682.26. 1907 amount of receipts $2,024,434.80. 1908 amount of receipts $2,416,218.46. The county tax rolls for 1906, 1907, and 1908 disclose the gross inequalities obtaining throughout the state prior to the recent tax legislation, and they further show that an earnest effort was made in the large majority of the counties to comply with the laws respecting rendition, assessment, and equalization. In a few counties, however, the law was ignored, and the conduct of the tax officials of such counties was little short of unconscionable. These counties received the full benefits of the reductions in the state ad valorem tax rates from 20 cents to 6.25 cents, and the state school ad valorem rate from 20 cents to 16 2/3 cents, and received the full benefit of the apportionment of the available school fund. But by the dereliction and disregard of duty on the part of their trusted tax officials, they contributed practically nothing to the increase of values resulting in such general good. This is so manifestly unfair and unjust that an effective remedy should be speedily provided by law. It is inconceivable that the oath of office prescribed by the Constitution, to say nothing of the oath prescribed by the new statute, and to which all tax officials must solemnly subscribe, should be so lightly considered by some men who have been honored with official station. Each county and each citizen and corporation of the state should contribute a just share and no more of the taxes necessary to support the state government and to maintain the public free school system, and no county, citizen, or corporation, through the dereliction of tax officials, should be permitted to share in the benefits of reduced rates and the increase of school funds when they fail to do their part. They should not be allowed by official dereliction to shift their just shares of the taxes to the taxpayers of other counties and communities. It is just to say that the people of some of the counties where the law was disregarded repudiated the derelict tax officials upon their first opportunity. Article 5124E of Chapter 9 of the Acts of the First Called Session of the 13th Legislature should be amended so that suits for removal from office may be instituted and prosecuted either in the county of such an officer's residence or in the district courts of Travis County, and at the option of the Attorney General. Laws should also be enacted providing that resignations or expirations of terms of office shall not abate action for removal from office, and the law should further provide that county officers who are removed from office for malfeasance or misfeasance or for any dereliction shall not thereafter hold office in this state until their eligibility is established and restored by an act of the legislature. In this connection, I invite your attention to the respective annual reports of the State Tax Commissioner and the State Revenue Agent. The data and the difficulties encountered in the law's enforcement and the suggestions made by those faithful officials will, I believe, be of much value to the legislature in approving our system of taxation and in enacting legislation to secure equality and more uniformity in the distribution of its burdens. End of section 49. Read by Gray Pickett, April 8th, 2022. Section 50 of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger, A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine. Appendix G. Address of the Honorable W. D. Williams in reference to the full rendition laws. I am altogether sensible, gentlemen, of the honor which you have done me by inviting me to discuss before you that act of the 13th Legislature of Texas, commonly known as the full rendition statute. I am fully aware of the honor done me, as I have said, and yet I am not adverse to accepting the invitation. I have heard so much said about this law. I have heard it so widely praised and so extravagantly denounced. I have heard its promoters and all who were concerned in the enactment so severely condemned on one hand and so unreservedly lauded on the other. I have read so many editorials in favor of full rendition and so many more against it, that the fever of strife has been set to circulating in my own blood, and I have come to at last really desire to speak my own thoughts on the subject. And especially is this true when I am afforded today the opportunity of addressing upon this issue the body of distinguished citizens which is assembled here before me, and which represents the opinions, the aspirations, and the sentiments of the commercial clauses of my own state. For this is true, gentlemen, that however much I may in some particulars and on some occasions dissent from the prevailing beliefs of what is called the business world, I am now and always compelled to admit that the leaders of commerce are not only keen of intellect, but that they are full of courage, ready to give weighty reasons for the faith that is in them, loyal and patriotic citizens, commanding the respect and admiration of the world, true and sincere friends, and generous adversaries. That statute, which is generally called the full rendition statute, was enacted at the regular session of the 30th Legislature and is published by official authority as Chapter 9 on page 459 of the General Laws of 1907. By provisions of this act, assessors are required to list the property for taxation at its reasonable cash market value, or, if it has no market value, then at its real and intrinsic value. Practically, this is what is meant by the words full value rendition, that the rendition shall be at the reasonable cash value of the article or thing which is listed, but it is well settled by repeated decisions of appellate courts that where the word value is used as statute and is not limited by either qualifying words or by the context of the statute, it has the same meaning as if it had been written reasonable cash market value or real and intrinsic value. So that, as respects to its actual intent, the full rendition statute brings into operation no new principle and does nothing more than to deprive our assessors of a common excuse, sometimes honestly made and sometimes not, of misunderstanding the meaning of the word value, as used in former statutes upon the same subject. The act was not intended to and did not introduce a new practice in the assessment of property for taxation, but, on the contrary, was aimed at persuading or compelling obedience to methods already established by law, but fallen into partial or total disuse. The Constitution of 1876, which is now in force, commands that all property in the state shall be taxed in proportion to its value, and, as already explained, the word value, as used in this connection, means fair cash market value, or if the article has no market value, then its real and intrinsic. The Constitution fixes the same standard of compensation as does the Act of 1907, and if the latter is correctly designated as a full rendition law, then is the Constitution itself also a full rendition Constitution? Now, when we are inclined to complain of the trials and hardships of the present, it is sometimes the part of wisdom for us to recall for a moment the conditions and circumstances which surrounded us in the past. For it is by such a comparison alone that we may truly know whether our situation has indeed changed for the worse, or whether our complaints are justified. We have had an ad valorem general property tax in Texas since the beginning of the Anglo-Saxon government within our boundaries. The Constitution of 1836 gave to the legislative department of the Republic an absolutely free hand to shape laws for the raising of a public revenue at its sole will and pleasure. Congress, so it was written, shall have power to levy and collect taxes and imposts, excise and tonnage duties. Article 2, Section 1. This authority was sufficiently broad to enable the legislature an independent sovereignty, such as Texas then was, to determine what persons and what property should be burdened for the support of the government, and what persons and what property should be exempted. There was no limitation upon the power, nor any restrictions to prevent whatever discriminations Congress should see fit to enact. With this unlimited charter in its hands, the First Congress of Texas met together in October 1836 to the founders of a new nation, a truly representative body, great in intellect, great in character and courage, but greater than all in devotion and loyalty to the eternal principles of right and justice, which are now, always have been, and always will be the principles of democracy also. And those ancient heroes in homespun, being thus the sovereign legislative body of an independent people, legislating as well for the planter, with his broad and fertile lands, tilled by his hundreds of slaves, as for the wandering hunter and scout, whose Kentucky rifle and pouch of bullets and horn of powder constituted his sole possessions. Passed that act entitled, An Act to Raise a Public Revenue by Direct Taxation, approved June 12, 1837, and so, after this manner, there came into being the first full rendition statute, which was also the first statute for the direct taxation of property enacted under Anglo-Saxon domination in Texas. For, by this act, Congress required all property owners and all agents and representatives of such owners to make out and deliver the proper assessing officers' inventories showing the value of all their properties, and to swear that same were just, true and faithful valuations and lists. If the assessor believed any valuation offered to him was too low, it was made his duty, summarily and without notice or formality, to call to his assistance 2 neighboring citizens, to be selected by himself, and the 3 of them were required to persuade and encourage the reluctant property owner into those straight and narrow paths where duty leads and virtue is its own and only reward. From the assessor and his chosen helpers there was no appeal. That which they said was the full value, both in law and in fact, and there was an immediate end of the controversy. In these modern days of frock coats and silk stockings and peace and comfort, we would incline to think that the Act of 1837, which put a big stick in the hands of the assessor, would have been sufficiently strenuous to have satisfied even that most strenuous of officers, our worthy President Theodore Roosevelt. But there were mighty men in those old days when Sam Houston at the head of the Lone Star Republic, and this problem was as meal between their teeth. They enjoyed it to the uttermost. They enjoyed it so much they could not keep their minds occupied with other things. And, in 1838, Congress amended and strengthened the original full rendition bill so as to require every property owner to swear a still harder swear, to wit, that his list was a true and perfect inventory and account of his property and its value. A true and perfect valuation. Think of it, O ye who strain at gnats in these meek and modern day. A most vigorous oath indeed was that, strong and bitter like the medicines they took in those good old times. And yet I must own to it, gentlemen, that I have nowhere heard or read that either the oaths or the medicines did them any harm. I have recalled to your recollection those days of the golden age of Texas for one purpose only, which is that you may be reminded how, in the words of Solomon, there is nothing new under the sun. There is nothing new, even in our troubles, and I can imagine that, even in the time of the Republic, our citizens desisted momentarily from the lighting of the Mexicans in the pursuit of hostile Indians, to hold indignation meetings all the way from Nacogdoches to Matagorda Bay, where fierce protests were drawn and adopted, condemning Houston and Lamar and the members of the First Congress for their wickedness in procuring the enactment of a full rendition statute, with which to oppress and impoverish the Lone Star people. I myself am reminded in this connection of the solemn utterances of some of the daily newspapers, most excellent oracles of democracy, warning us in editorial columns long that this is a new country, where a continuous stream of bottoms is dropping out of our real estate booms, and that it is a great big mistake to assess our new and fragile values at anything approaching their face. And in my mind's eye, I can see right now one of those ancient and beloved heroes, recently companion to the immortal Davy Crockett, the tails of his coonskin cap fluttering in the wind, addressing an indignation meeting in the days of the First Congress, arousing unlimited enthusiasm with the very same argument which is now so commonly used, founded upon the newness, 3/4 of a century ago, of this country of ours, which some of us profess to believe has not yet grown sufficiently old to tell truth for purposes of taxation. The statutes of Texas have always been full rendition statutes, and our constitutions, except for that one which is adopted in 1836, have always been full rendition constitutions. And, in my judgment, there could be no honest attempt at a fair adjustment of the burdens of a direct tax upon the general property of this or any other country which does not make a decent effort at an equalization in proportion to the true value of each article which is taxed. The true value of an article is necessarily its fair, full value, nothing more and nothing less. If we levy general property taxes, we are compelled to require by law that all property subject to the levy shall be taxed in proportion to its value, and such a rule is inevitably a law for full rendition. If a government were to command that its taxables should be listed at 1/4 their full value, and that a tax of $1 on the 100 should be levied on the values so listed, it would be in substance to have enacted a law for the taxation of its property at full value for 25 cents on each $100, and no amount of figuring can make it out anything less or anything more. The proposition that property shall be taxed at 1/4 or 1/5 or at any other fractional part of its true and full value is wholly inadequate to meet any of the objections which are urged against the full rendition bill. If a tract of land be assessed at $100 an acre at its full value, January 1st, 1908, and by reason of any change in conditions, the value has diminished before the arrival of the tax-paying season, say December 31st, 1908, to $50 an acre, and if it be assumed that it would be an injustice under those circumstances to require the owner to pay a tax in December which is based on such a valuation, still the slightest reflection will convince you that this injustice has not been obviated by assessing the land at $25 an acre, at the same time multiplying the tax rate by 4. In either case, precisely the same amount of money is exacted from the owner, and in either case the tax is in truth based upon the full value January 1st, which we have assumed to be $100 an acre, and no account is taken of any subsequent depreciation. But if it be urged that the owner would be better satisfied to pay 25 cents an acre if his land be valued at $25 an acre, then he will have to pay the same 25 cents on the same acre upon valuation of $100. Then I can only answer by saying that the Texans with whom I am acquainted are so well fixed with brains that you cannot fool them with a trick so transparent as this. If a citizen pays a tax of $50 on a 200-acre farm, he knows that he is out just $50 in good common hard cash, and all the assessors and collectors in the state cannot fool him into the belief that he has paid only $40 by showing him how low his land was assessed and how high it was taxed. Having paid his money, he will feel neither better nor worse because of the valuation put upon his property, provided only that he has had a square deal as compared with the other taxpayers. This is the whole of the tax question as I see it. to deal justly with every man in the sight of God, to tax every person as nearly as possible in proportion to his ability to pay, and under any ad valorem system the measure of the ability of each individual and the only approximately fair measure which the ingenuity of man has ever been able to devise is found in the reasonable, full value of the taxable property of every owner. No revenue law is wholly bad which tends in this direction, and, on the other hand, every such law is good and valuable in direct proportion as it is so drawn that it will aid in bringing about this all desirable equality in the imposition of public burdens. Granting that taxes are apportioned with reasonable fairness, there is but one way whereby an impartial reduction can be had and the benefits of such reduction distributed proportionally and honestly among the taxpayers, and this way is by cutting down the expenses of the government. Every other effort is either the pursuit of a ghost, leaving the pursuer empty-handed if he were to succeed in catching it, or it is an effort at tax dodging. The average taxpayer is no shirk, and the very best for which he can hope, and the things for which he should always be demanding are, first, an economical administration of public affairs, and second, the utmost fairness in the distribution of public burdens. The Constitution of Texas, as I have already shown, has always commanded an equality in taxation, to be attained by levying upon all property in proportion to its value. The laws of Texas have been enacted in obedience to the constitutional mandate, as full rendition laws. But we have until the late session of the 30th legislature failed in one respect, at least, for they have provided no adequate means by which they might be enforced. And under these laws, which on the face required a fair assessment, did not undertake to compel obedience to their provisions, a practice of evasion was begun and spread all over the state until a condition prevailed which was anarchy, pure and simple. County strove against county, and neighbor against neighbor, each one trying to unjustly shift some portion of his rightful burden onto the shoulders of another. It was a reign of lawlessness, gentlemen, when, as some of you members have demonstrated, the average assessment in one county was only 24% of the value of the property assessed, while the average in another county was as much as 75%, and the remaining counties of the state ranged themselves anywhere you please between these two extremes. Equality in taxation was a thing dead and forgotten, and honorable people were being taught to look with contempt upon the affidavits which were required to be made before the assessors. A strong and manly people who throughout their history had held the vice of lying in particular detestation were made accustomed to falsehoods, uttered for profit, under the supposed sanction of an oath. A condition prevailed which would in time have compelled the moral deterioration of all citizens. Now, it is certain that it is one of the most important of the functions of government that it shall secure justice and fair dealing as between all of those who are subject to its jurisdiction. But more than this, and more than all else, it is the duty of those who are in control of public affairs that they shall permit no condition to continue which threatens to undermine the moral character of its people. For I venture the opinion that civilization is not builded of capital and labor alone, but that its chief component parts are the love of virtue and the sense of honor, and the devotion to truth and integrity, which are in the hearts of all persons. And if these good attributes are no longer actuated by those high ideals, then I predict that mankind will have become from that moment forward incapable of maintaining social order. The practice of undervaluing property for purposes of taxation, which had become common and almost universal in Texas, was destructive of all possibility of justice as between the respective owners, and had in addition thereto a distinct tendency to debase the morals of an uncontaminated and virtuous people. The movement for which I will venture to call purer and better laws did not begin in the 30th legislature, but years and years ago, and the so-called Full Rendition Act of 1907 is merely a milestone in the forward march of a progress which has continued throughout the ages and which will never end. The statute for the taxation of banks and banking capital is a full rendition statute designed to enable and require assessors to list at full value the stocks or property of such institutions and all funds employed in that particular business. The Act for the Taxation of the Intangible Assets of Railroads, an act which I had the pleasure of assisting to pass in the 29th Legislature, is another full rendition law, under the operations of which nearly $174 million of additional railroad values is exposed to view and listed and taxed. These and other statutes of the same kind, which I have not the time to mention, are just and fair if all other property is also assessed approximately at its value, but they become discriminatory and oppressive as soon as undervaluations of other taxables are purposely allowed. I am fully aware that there are certain vices which appear to be necessarily inherent in any system that can be devised for the direct taxation of both real and personal property. And while I am not inclined to believe that these vices render this character of tax more difficult of fair apportionment than is any other, yet I would not for a moment attempt to render blind either myself or you to those imperfections and weaknesses of human nature which make it apparently impossible entirely to effect the purpose of any law, no matter how just or wise it may be. But I would remind you that we cannot give ground in the face of this argument without abandoning all effort at an orderly rule of society and plunging headlong into deadly chaos of anarchy. If our inability entirely in all cases to enforce a full rendition law is just cause for the abandonment of the full rendition principle, then, in the same way and for the same reason, we shall be driven from any other plan that we may adopt. Indeed, if we once admit the force of this objection, we must abandon all law, for in no case are we able satisfactorily to enforce any statute which is on our books. Remember, gentlemen, I make no pretense that perfection has been attained in the act of the 30th Legislature, or that the act is incapable of improvement. What I am contending is that it is a step forward, and that this body, standing as it does for the ideal of aspirations of the businessmen of Texas, must make no step backward. To repeal the statute, setting up nothing better in its place, retreating to a condition of which you, as thoughtful and patriotic citizens, must have been sick at heart, may bring us to have fewer laws, but I am not able to persuade myself that those laws which are left will be thereby have become any the better. In my judgment, ex parte affidavits, which have the effect of making the truth cost money and of rewarding falsehood as if it were a virtue and not a vice, ought not to be exacted in any but the rarest of cases, and only where no other source of information can reasonably be found. And, for this reason, I have long preferred that the visible property of the state should be valued and assessed by the assessor rather than by the owner. But I am greatly in the minority in my opinion of this subject, and because that opinion is of absolutely no consequence, I refrain from enlarging upon it. Proceeding, then, along the only road which is open for travel, and assuming that each owner shall continue to fix the prima facie value of his own assets, it cannot be successfully denied that the interests of society demand that such valuation shall be made under oath, and that the value stated in every affidavit shall be true, full value, and not an arbitrary assumed and fictitious proportion of the same. The full rendition law, considered in connection with other statutes in force upon the same subject, provides an admirable system of local equalization, and tends in a very considerable degree towards equalization throughout the limits of Texas. But this is a state of vast areas and of prodigious distances, and in any such widely extended territory, it seems to me that the physical conditions alone are sufficient to demand the enactment into law of some method of apportionment which will not depend entirely upon local views and local sentiments. It must be kept in mind that, while the Attorney General may sue to remove from office any assessor or member of a board of equalization whom he believes to be guilty of intentionally accepting undervaluations, yet convictions for such offenses are always difficult to secure, and the prosecution of a vast majority of such cases would be no better than a farce. The state government is practically without power to compel reasonable assessments in any county or section where the citizens are largely opposed to full rendition. The administration has no legal authority which it can effectually use, but must confine itself to moral suasion alone, and in controversies where interested parties are arrayed upon opposite sides, we, as people, have never regarded moral suasions and merely moral responsibilities as sufficiently effective force to be worthy of serious mention. We will not permit a judge to hear a case in court, or a juror to sit on a jury where either the plaintiff or the defendant is related to him within the third degree, either by blood or marriage. Arbitrators must be without interest and not related to the parties, and, in general, wherever an act is authorized which may affect the rights of others, the law is vigilant in requiring that the officer or person acting shall be disinterested and impartial. Everyone will agree that these precautions against injustice are right and necessary, and yet I can conceive of no good reason why interested parties or their relatives may not be permitted to adjudge any other disputed claims quite as well, and with just as large a probability that justice will be done as when they were asked to determine the amount of state's taxes they will pay. A compulsory equalization of some character seems to me to be the next step to be taken in the forward march towards fairer taxation in Texas. We have come a long way from that original plan of 1837, by which an assessor and two neighbors arbitrarily determined what a property owner should pay, but we are still very far from home. Nor should this occasion surprise, for if the law is to be worthy of respect, if it is to be in any way effective as a force for the right, it must not be fixed and unchangeable, but, on the contrary, must be capable of infinite variety and infinite development, growing with the growth of the people who are its creators and enforcers, eternal in seeking justice, but flexible in adapting itself to the present. In conclusion, gentlemen, permit me to call your attention very briefly a few of the effects of the new tax laws. For if we are to return, as at least one candidate for high office is insisting, to the old order of things, we are abandoning not merely the so-called full rendition law, but all other of the recent enactments upon the same subject. We are to abandon the intangible tax law, the franchise tax law, the law taxing the gross receipts of certain corporations, and all other of the statutes of the 29th and 30th legislatures by which a fairer adjustment of the burdens of government was sought to be secured. And if we abandon these laws, we must abandon their undeniable benefits as well as their doubtful disadvantages, and pay taxes as we paid them in the good old times. Now, in 1906, when these laws were either tied up in court or not yet in force, the property owners of Texas were called upon to pay a total ad valorem tax for the expense of the state government of $2,443,637. But in 1907, the ad valorem tax for the state expenses reduced to $2,044,566. The operation of that new tax laws reduced burdens put upon property owners by $400,000, and of the amount which property was still required to pay, something near $214,000 was levied upon railroad intangibles. The saving upon the general property, aside from railroad and corporation taxes, was $614,000 for that single year, for state expenses alone. In the same way, the savings for the year 1908 will not be less than $900,000 on state expenses, not including the school fund. It cannot be successfully denied that the new tax laws have tended largely towards an equitable distribution of tax burdens, and that in doing this they have diminished the amount paid by the average citizen. The intangible assets tax alone brought in a revenue for 1907 of $1,470,000 to the state and its counties, and cost for its administration the insignificant sum of $2,650, a result which cannot be surpassed in the history of governmental finance. These are the triumphs which we are asked to abandon by returning to that system where, quote, the assessors under the commissioner's court made the assessments as under former laws, end quote. Now, gentlemen, I for one am not disposed to retreat. I am intending to go forward, not backwards, and in the course which I am determined to pursue, I am expecting to go arm in arm in the company of the most of those here today as the representatives of commercial Texas. End of section 50. Read by Gray Pickett, April 8th, 2022. End of Captain Bill McDonald, Texas Ranger. A Story of Frontier Reform by Albert Bigelow Paine.